The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll. You may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to the House chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Penn.
On a personal level, I just want to say thank you for all your thoughts and cards and prayers. I can now legitimately say I really do have a good heart. Allow me to pray for you. Let us pray. Dear Father, thank you for loving and caring for us so unconditionally. When we're at our worst, you still love and care. When we're at our best, you love and care. And yes, even when we neglect to acknowledge you, you love and care. You still invest in us. The days are getting a bit longer and our patience a bit shorter. Help us to find that second breath of strength and optimism to push through to a job well done. Teach us to pace ourselves in a way that gives time and attention to the things which are of true importance as well as significance. Your word teaches, a wise person is strong and a person of knowledge increases power. For by wise guidance you shall wage war, and in an abundance of counselors there is victory. Would you give each of these representatives knowledge beyond what they would naturally have in their own being? Allow their minds to grasp what others would think past. Give them eyes to see truth where others see agendas. Give them ears to hear clearly when their colleagues are speaking wise counsel, and help each to reach their true potential that you have created them for. And when this season to represent the people of Kansas ends, and they look back on these days, might they know that truth, integrity was a path they always choose to follow. In closing, allow each of us to remember the words of one of our nation's first lawmakers when he said, "Remember not only to say the right thing in the right place, but far more difficult still, to leave unsaid the wrong thing at the tempting moment." We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have all members had an opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of SB 231, announcing passage of HB 2033, 2101, 2215, 2284, 2291, 2307, 2338, 2359. Announcing passage of HB 2016 as amended, 2020 as amended, 2022 as amended, 2031 as amended, 2037 as amended, 2040 as amended, 2050 as amended, 2069 as amended, 2087 as amended, 2088 as amended, 2110 as amended, 2116 as amended, 2118 as amended, 2120 as amended, 2122 as amended, HB 2134 as amended, 2169 as amended, 2183 as amended, 2231 as amended, 2242 as amended, 2249 as amended, 2263 is amended, 2275 is amended, 2280 is amended, 2289 is amended, 2342 is amended, 2365 is amended, announcing passage of HB 2240 as amended by S sub HB 2240, Senate Bill number 231 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning elections.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Waymaster for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2007.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would make a motion to non-concur to the Senate amendments on Senate substitute for substitute House Bill 2007. Obviously, so this was the budget bill that we passed before turnaround in February, and the Senate has made many modifications to it. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur to Senate amendments to House Bill 2007, and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? The Speaker recognizes Representative Helgerson.
Thank you very much. Would the carrier of the motion stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
You've had a chance to look at some of the changes. Can you tell me what they are?
Well, there's been numerous changes, obviously not just exactly what happened within the Senate Ways and Means Committee, but also on the floor, which I do not have a detailed list of some of the floor amendments that were added to House Bill 2007, which then hence requires the need for a conference committee. But some of the adjustments were made, like for example, in KDADS, there were some items that were zeroed out on the Senate side where we had a position in the House. So obviously we need to go to conference to make sure that those items are looked at and see what we want to do. There were other additions that were made by the Senate that the House did not have, and we want to have a discussion with that as well. One of those namely has to do with some infrastructure across the state of Kansas. The other is in the EDIF, the Economic Development Initiatives Fund. They only funded a portion of the items where we actually had the entire EDIF table funded. So obviously to secure our House position, we need to go to conference.
Are they above or below where we started this session?
They are above.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. The chairman mentioned to me earlier when appropriation bill came up, he said, I was surprised. I looked at you and you stayed in your chair. I know, a lot of people were. You know, we started this session with the idea, a unique idea, we were going to change the appropriation process. It was led by our speaker. And we decided we wanted to do that in part, a bipartisan effort, because we wanted to control costs. I'm bringing it up to you right now because it happens almost every year that the Senate and the House, to some extent, decide to build the budget up and blow it. We need to send a message now that we're not going to accept some of the special amendments that are added in the Senate. We're not going to accept a budget that's more money than what we started with this session. We think the appropriation process should be a way of controlling the excess that we have in our government and make it available, if not this year, next year for property tax reduction. I want to send that message right now, and I hope you'll join me. Because if we don't send it to our conferees, they'll come back with something bloated, because that's what the Senate wants. I urge you to support the motion on the floor, but to make sure that you understand this is a discussion that's not over yet. And hopefully, you'll join with me in telling them exactly where we want to go.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move my motion.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Speaker appoints Representatives Waymaster, Williams, Christy Williams, and Ballard as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Sutton for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2044.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House non-concur and Senate amendments to HB 2044 and that a conference committee be appointed. This is the bill that required third-party administrators to keep separate fiduciary accounts. No idea what the Senate did to it, but I want to take a look at it before we concur with this thing. I'll stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I do close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Burkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House.
All right,
Representative Sutton.
we change yet? Okay, yes. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be here for just a sec, folks, so I didn't walk away from the podium. I move the House non-concurrent Senate amendments to HB 2046 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Burkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House. Proceed.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Different verse, same as the first. I move the House non-concurrent Senate amendments to HB 2048 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? The Speaker recognizes Minority Leader Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because the representative from Overland Park won't get up and say it, we would urge you to vote shall no on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While we're debating the budget, you will thank me. I close.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Burkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concurrent Senate amendments to HB 2049 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Burkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House non-concur in Senate amendments to HB 2333 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Burkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2062.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2062 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Representative Simmons. Never mind. Representative, you may close.
Mr. Speaker, I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Speaker appoints Representatives Humphreys, Laura Williams, and Osmond as conferees on part of the House. Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2371 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you. I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Speaker appoints Representatives Humphreys, Laura Williams, and Osmond as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Will Carpenter for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2068.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I make a motion to non-concur with Senate amendments of House Bill 2068 and a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none. Representative, you may close.
I move my motion.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Speaker appoints Representatives Will Carpenter, Bryce, and Susan Ruiz as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Delperdang for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2107.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2107 was the wildfire bill that we all heard in here. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur with the Senate amendments to 2107 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Speaker appoints Representatives Delperdang, Wilburn, and Carmichael as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Francis for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2030.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2030 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion passes, and the Speaker appoints Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on part of the House. You may continue, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2201 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Representative, I believe you meant House Bill 2168.
2201 is the one on my sheet. Yeah, I did 2030.
Can you please remake the motion, Representative?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2168 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion passes. The Speaker appoints Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on part of the House. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2201 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion passes as the Speaker appoints Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Johnson for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2075.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill on a time of permanency hearing and reasonable efforts. They made some amendments we do not care for. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2075 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close my motion.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion passes. The Speaker appoints Representatives Howerton, Johnson, and Owsley as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of general orders.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Sutton to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning, body. Welcome. Thank you for your patience. Moving a little slow this morning. Our first item of business is HR 6016. For the purposes of carrying HR 6016, the chair recognizes Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. I bring before you House Resolution 6016. This is denouncing a planned satanic worship ritual scheduled to take place in the coming days. There's been a lot of discussion over the last several days of, do we do anything? Should we have a reaction or should we not? We as a body cannot stop an assembly. But with this situation, many of us took it as a personal affront to not only the Catholic faith, but also many of us that are practicing Christians of many faiths. Some have said they have a First Amendment right. Yes, they do. We also have a First Amendment right to denounce activities like this. This is a fluid situation. There's still a few days. Other folks are working to it, but us as a House, this is what we can do. The First Amendment is one that we have talked an awful lot about in this chamber and even in this building. It is the freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and the right to petition the government. Almost all of these we have discussed even in this session. We again fully support, and many of us, I'm sure, would defend your right to say what you will and a peaceful assembly. But a satanic ritual goes against what many of us believe and beyond simply a matter of peacefully assembling, wanting to do harm, wanting to pledge this building to someone that I believe, the one that I believe in, my Lord is much stronger than anyone else. With that, it is pretty plain and simple. I would ask for your support in this resolution. I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the resolution? The chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take the Constitution and the First Amendment very seriously. It's the number one reason why I'm here representing the 86th District, the Kansas House of Representatives. I'm also a Marine Corps veteran, which means that I've taken the oath multiple times in my life to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and that of the state of Kansas, and to bear true faith and allegiance. So help me God at the end is optional, as is under God in the Pledge of Allegiance, thanks to the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, which clearly and absolutely prevents the government from establishing an official religion or favoring one religion over another. One of the most beautiful things about this country is the true liberty and freedom one can enjoy as a citizen. Freedom of religion allows everyone to worship and practice their faith however they see fit without interference from the government under equal protections. Freedom of religion also means freedom from religion, meaning the government cannot compel anyone to favor one over another or practice in any certain way, even if someone else's practice is foreign, hard to understand, or even offensive. As long as it is not actually hurting anyone or breaking any laws, no one can stop you from doing it, whether it hurts your feelings or not. This true freedom of religion and expression is my absolute favorite thing about being an American. The 14th Amendment's due process and equal protection clauses through the state action doctrine extend the protections of the First Amendment to state and local governments, meaning that they cannot abridge these rights. A state house resolution, being an official action of a state legislative body, is considered state action and therefore subject to First Amendment scrutiny. There's no room for the idea of majority rule with the First Amendment protections, simply because most of the body practices a similar faith. It's black and white, all or nothing. And with religion, it's nothing. H.R. 6016 clearly violates 5 of the 6 clauses of the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, and it has 75 signatures on it, and it costs taxpayer dollars to draft. I came up here to do serious work for the people of Kansas and to represent my constituents, their freedoms and liberties, and to be a voice for marginalized and underrepresented communities across my state. I did not come up here to spend state resources, my tax dollars, on signaling to a religious base. I will obviously not be supporting this resolution solely on First Amendment grounds. And I can only imagine that this could be challenged in court on the same grounds, which unfortunately means a further waste of state resources. I will be voting no on H.R. 6016. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 6016. I echo the eloquent words of my colleague from Wichita. They were, as they say, spot on. I was born, raised, baptized, and consecrated a Christian. I do not agree with satanic cults, rituals, practices, blasphemes. I can't think of anything that is more abhorrent to what I was raised, the values that were inculcated in me as a young boy and a young man. And hopefully, to this day, I still practice those principles that I learned at Grace Presbyterian Church. But notwithstanding that, the First Amendment, the right to free expression, the right to freedom of religion, protects all of us. It protects people who are raised Presbyterian. It protects people who are Hindu, Muslim, Catholic, Hebrew, non-believers, and yes, even people who consider themselves to not believe in any God. But I tell you, my friends, the First Amendment that protects my right to free practice of religion also protects the Satanist's right as well. I will defend to the end the right of those with whom I vehemently disagree to practice their religion. And I hope that they will defend mine. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in strong opposition to this resolution. There's a lot to say about the First Amendment, and so I have pulled some quotes that I think we should all consider as lawmakers. From Anthony Kennedy, Justice on the United States Supreme Court from 1988 to 2018. The First Amendment is often inconvenient, but that is beside the point. Inconvenience does not absolve the government of its obligation to tolerate speech. And what I'm hearing is that this is very inconvenient because it makes people uncomfortable. But our duty is to defend that discomfort. It is American. I have another quote from Silence Do Good, the likely synonym pseudonym of Benjamin Franklin. Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. By no means am I suggesting any of us here seek to overthrow the liberty of our country, but it is a slippery slope. And finally, from Larry Flint, a publisher, if the First Amendment is intended to protect anything, it's intended to protect offensive speech. If you're not going to offend anyone, you don't need the protection. I encourage you, please do not support this resolution. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Schlingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I ask a question of the carrier of the resolution, please? Does this resolution do anything but denounce this activity? In other words, this resolution does nothing to deny their right to be here, does it?
No, not at all.
Thank you. I hate to be contrary to my caucus, but today I will be. I concur with everything that the representatives on my side of the floor have said. This resolution in no way speaks against any of those points. No one is denying or forbidding this group, whatever they may be called, from being here and protesting. But I do take exception when a group willfully tries to bait and offend the believers of other faiths in things that are sacred to them. If you understand the sacramental theology of the Roman Catholic Church, you will understand that the acts that are being proposed here run contrary to the sacred center of Catholicism. If someone were utilizing Jewish symbols or Muslim symbols or Buddhist, Hindu, or other kinds of religious symbols in order to somehow poke fun at them, I would be, and I would hope we all would be, opposed to that and denounce it. Even though they do indeed have the right to express themselves. Freedom of expression, even if it's hateful expression, is permitted. I don't think this resolution denies that in any way. But I think that fairness dictates that those who come and willfully want to poke at the faith of others should not receive approval or coverage, moral coverage anyway, just because they have the right to do it. To express one's outrage at these things is every bit as much a right as to be the perpetrator of an outrage. That said, I want to make an additional point. As a Christian, I will say this. I personally wish that we took the substance of our faith as seriously as we do the abuse of its symbols, even its most sacred symbols. You know, we have sat here for 3 years that I've been here, and I would think that many of us have not taken seriously, or at least demarcated, where we're departing from the Sermon on the Mount and where our partisan political allegiances lie, and have often pretended they're one and the same. If you're truly Christian, and I can only speak for my side of, or my portion of that spectrum, then to be taking care of the poor, taking care of the marginalized, is a fundamental Christian commitment. And while I heard yesterday someone say that we all want the same thing, but we want it by different means, I think that's a way of smoothing over very serious commitments. So friends, let me just say this. I hope we will stand up for each other when our faiths are being attacked. But for those of us who are Christians anyway, and in the majority, at least, I assume from a numeric point of view in our society, I wish we would take our own tenets more seriously. It would make us far more credible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the remarks made by the previous speaker. I signed on to this resolution because after I read it, it said, the text of the resolution said that the Satanic group has the First Amendment right to hold this group, but then it just denounced the event and said that it's a terrible event. And so I really don't see this as being an infringement on the First Amendment because when you actually read the text of the resolution mentions the First Amendment and that this group has the First Amendment right to have this event. And so I don't disagree with anything that was said over on this side of the aisle in regards to the First Amendment because I do believe that this group has the First Amendment right to hold this event, even though this is a terrible, awful group. But I just think maybe you're missing something in the resolution because the resolution itself says that they have the First Amendment right to hold this event. And so that's why I didn't see any problem with this resolution because it did say that they have the First Amendment right to hold the event, but then it just denounced the event and said it's a terrible thing to happen. And so it's basically two different issues. One is a legal issue. Do they have the First Amendment right to hold the event? And the resolution says that they do have the First Amendment right, but then the resolution also just goes on and says this is a terrible idea and condemns the event. And so I didn't see a problem with how it was written, and I'm supporting the resolution. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This does not stop anyone from practicing their religion, but this originally got under my skin because it stole things from the Catholic Church, which I find holy and sacred. And they are going to destroy them. That was their plan, and they made that very clear. I would not do that to anyone else. I do not think that your First Amendment rights include being able to destroy things of someone else's value. So thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Would the carrier of the resolution stand for a question, please? Thank you. And the previous speaker alluded to the thing that I wanted to ask some clarification on. So if you look at the bill in line 28, it states condemn the stated activity and its implicit use of stolen property. So one of the questions that came up in committee, as the previous speaker mentioned, the Satanists have apparently said that they have stolen a consecrated Eucharist from the Catholic Church and that they plan on desecrating it. As someone who believes in transubstantiation and has a strong faith belief in that, that really is incredibly offensive to me. However, the question was asked in committee if there was a police report filed, how this theft occurred, and anyone who has grown up in the Catholic faith knows that consecrated Eucharists are locked down pretty strongly. And so I also know it would be nearly impossible to smuggle one out if you were to walk up and act as if you were taking communion. The wafers tend to melt in your mouth fairly quickly, so it's not like you could hide it there. You are seen either putting it in your hand. Some people take communion directly on the tongue. So do we have evidence of a break-in or of that actual theft? Because if that occurred, and it's written right here in the resolution that it did, I think that we should know if that really, what the police report looks like, how the theft occurred, from which church or institution or which building. So could you provide any information? I don't know if new information has come to light on this since the hearing.
Representative, thank you for that question. No, what this is at the time that the resolution was drafted and based on what the group had said of what they were going to do and if they had, it was implied, and that is why that language is there. The resolution was based on the information that we had based on other reports is why that's in there.
And so when you say what the group said, do you mean the group being the Satanists or do you mean the group being the Catholic Church?
The group being the Satanists, and in broadcast reports and other reports of what they said they would be doing here. At the time, they were going to be in the rotunda of the Capitol.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Body, this room is full of very intelligent people who know how to discern information. We also know how to look at valid sources. Satan is not my source for information. I will not believe him. I know it sounds funny, but for real, and I do not think that any of you would believe the father of lies. You're all too smart for this. I would support this resolution if it struck that very satanic untruth from the bill, but I don't see an amendment coming for that, and I do not think that it makes sense for us to believe a group that is very clearly attempting to get our goats. We're too smart for that. Our goats should not be so easily procured. I vote no.
The chair recognizes Representative Moser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments of the representatives from Topeka, Overland Park concerning transubstantiation, and I also appreciate very much the comments from the representative from the Hayes area regarding what Catholics believe. I stand in total support of God, Catholics, all Christians, and any others against this sacrilegious and blasphemous event. Satanists specifically say that their, quote, black mass is centered against Catholics. It's anti-bigotry. The sacrifice of the Holy Mass is the highest form of worship for Catholics. And they intend to mock us, degrade us, desecrate a consecrated host, which Catholics believe is the body of Christ. During the Mass in the Eucharistic prayer, the priest raises the host, which at that time is merely a wafer of unleavened bread. And he says words very similar to this. I am obviously not a priest, but this is what is said during the prayer of transubstantiation in the Eucharistic prayer. Take this and eat. This is my body given for you. Now, Jesus said that the first time on Holy Thursday night. And I'm sure the apostles were like, what the heck does this man mean? Well, everybody found out on Good Friday. Christ is the Savior for all Christians. And during this proposed ritual, his body is desecrated. And so I don't have an ending. I appreciate the comments that have been made thus far. And as the carrier of the resolution stated, this is not trying to stop this. This is just making our voice heard. So thank you, Mr. Leader.
Chair recognizes Representative Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, we passed a resolution, a bill dealing with anti-Semitism, and we made a statement that respecting all religions, even when they are not yours, is important. Therefore, I strongly support this resolution because even though I am not the same denomination as the targeted denomination by this very shameful mockery that is being planned, I think it's important for all of us to stand with them and support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I mean, spill my coffee. The chair recognizes Representative Steens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I actually really do appreciate all this conversation and comments because I think it's actually put an emphasis on how sacred the Holy Eucharist is. So I actually want to thank everybody for this. While it's true that blasphemy, I think someone brought up, these are protected under the First Amendment. If you look at Lynch versus Donnelly in 1984, Chief Justice Warren Burger explicitly said that the Constitution affirmatively mandates accommodation, not merely tolerance of all religions, but it forbids hostility to all. And that's where this black mask gets very problematic. Ergo, for the government of Kansas to allow this event on the grounds of the State House to express purpose of which it is to insult Catholics might give the impression that we are endorsing this sacrilege. So it would therefore be party to this kind of hostility to a religion that the Supreme Court said was unconstitutional. The Black Mass is anti-Catholic bigotry. Therefore, this group, the Satanic Grotto, has committed a crime by stealing the Eucharist. And yes, that can be obtained. Someone could receive it in the hand. They could easily conceal it and walk out with it. That could be done. You know, unfortunately, people do lots of things and steal things that are not for the good purpose. And I think one of the previous representatives mentioned, would we allow a Muslim display or the burning of a Quran? My God, people would be screaming from the streets. But yeah, oh yeah, let's go ahead and mock Catholics. Let's go ahead and mock all Christians. I really am sick and tired of that. I would say this is hostility. So why would we allow this? I would also pose that moving it inside to outside the Capitol is even more dangerous and be even more difficult for our Capitol Police to control. So therefore, this Black Mass should not be allowed to take place on Capitol grounds. As I stated about this is the desecration of the most holy, sacred body and blood of Christ. And I would also demand that this group return the Eucharist to our Archbishop Naumann of Archdiocese of Kansas City, Kansas immediately, because it does not belong to them. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too am a big believer in the First Amendment and freedom of speech, and I certainly will defend to the death those who want to vote against this resolution because they're expressing their freedom of speech. They don't think it is a good idea. I would ask the same grace of those voting against it to protect my freedom of speech by being able to vote to condemn this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Getz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, body, for this conversation. It feels like we're a little bit in church, kind of debating church a little bit. It's not a bad thing. The base of our beliefs, base of our Constitution, I appreciate all of it. I feel like one thing that is missing, and I will be in support of this resolution, but I feel like one thing that's missing is the extension of grace. And in that, I would like to say to those in the Holy Scriptures, Christian doctrine, there's a mindset of love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you. So I just wanted to come and also say, though I do not condone this activity, Satanists out there who seem to hate us, seem to hate Catholics. There's a Christian right here that would love to share the gospel with you, go have a dinner with you, share some life with you, and be in a posture where it's not hateful back and forth. We get into that so much in our culture, and it drives us so far apart that we can't ever really solve any of the core problems. So, I still believe in the power of the gospel. Would love to have the opportunity to share that gospel of truth that is the power of God that brings us unto salvation. Firmly stand on that, but also extend it out to those who reject that. And if there is a turning of the other cheek that needs to happen, I know there are a lot of people in this room that are willing to do that, but also stand on truth and say, hey, we don't really like how you did this. Can we change it up from taking other people's property, if that happened? And can we move in a different direction of, in a sense, hating on each other, but move to a posture where the gospel is at the center, grace is at the center, and we can move towards solving problems together. So I will be in support of the resolution, but I also wanted to extend to those listening, to those practicing that in the coming days, there's not hate in my heart towards it or towards you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's kind of fitting that I follow that previous representative because I have kind of the same mindset with this. HR 6016 simply renounces and condemns the so-called black mass that's a blasphemic mockery of the Catholic religion, of which I am a member and a devout member. It has nothing to do with the First Amendment, and we are not stopping anything where it's going to happen, unfortunately. So I was privileged to sit in the committee when we heard this resolution, and I was simply dumbfounded by what I heard from some of those that are on the committee. And my blood was boiling, and I was deeply emotional. It was a terrible afternoon. The excuses that were made to support the Black Mass were plentiful and were nothing but an attempt to veil support for the mockery of the Catholic religion. The chair asked me afterwards, in jest, if maybe my microphone was broken. And my response was that I had respect for the chair. That's all I could say. I was taught not to say, if you have nothing positive to say about those in the room, say nothing at all. And that's what I chose to do. Quite frankly, I was afraid of what I might say. As I reflect on that meeting, I have realized what affected me the most that day. Because as offended as I am, I can handle it. But what eats at me most is that I fear for the souls of those that are going to be involved with this Black Mass, and especially for those that are supporting the Black Mass in this room and on that committee, and from my souls of my friends and colleagues. I've been sitting over there and listening and praying for all of you. Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. Luke 23:24. Amen.
Is anyone further required to discuss the resolution? Oh, the chair recognizes Representative Pickert. Calling Representative Pickert.
Body, I've been sitting here listening to the conversation, and I don't have a lot to add about the beliefs that we have as a Catholic, but I'm standing up here before you to speak for those who aren't here. I have many constituents and others who aren't constituents who have reached out to me about this issue in support, Catholic, Christian, and some I have no idea what their beliefs are. But I just want to let you know that there are many people across the state who are very concerned. Buses are planning to come here on next Friday to stand for those who believe that this is a terrible blasphemy and an assault on the Catholic Church. So I just wanted to speak for those who aren't here. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Miller for a second time.
Thanks again, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a couple things clear. I will fight to defend all religions' equal rights to practice how they want. Yes, even Christianity, especially Christianity. I would see no problem with this resolution if it didn't say our and we, because that's how it becomes a First Amendment violation. If it said they, it would be fine. I would support it. I would also support it if it did not make unfounded allegations about stolen property because there's no proof of any crime. You can buy communion wafers on Amazon for $7. House Bill 2299 was previously mentioned. It does not say we or our, it says they, which keeps it constitutional. The Satanists did this specifically to get your attention, and it worked. And sadly, we are still missing the point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, Representative Rogers, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. We talk about a lot of subjects here, and I cannot think of one any better than our faith and our beliefs. Whether we're a first-term freshman or someone that's been here a couple of decades, when we walk in those doors for the first time, we bring with us what we learned growing up. Our morals and our mores from our immediate family, our friends, and those that had influence on us. And one of those things that I hope, like you learned the Constitution. And I think maybe what's lost in this is a resolution. This is a resolution denouncing this horrid activity as we know it today. One thing we can agree on, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, is that we do defend the First Amendment. While we had many folks talk this morning, we did it peacefully. Keep that in mind as well, and respectful, and I thank you for that. I ask that you support this House resolution. Where does it go? What the Senate does? Don't know. I know the resolution goes, this is what we, as a body, has decided to send the message. For those of you that say this is doing something, I don't know. I don't see any TV cameras. This is not a pander to anyone. I'm not Catholic, but I do support those Roman Catholics and the Catholic folks and the right for them to practice their religion. And if I can support them and what my beliefs as well, much like previous speakers said. Do we show love all the time the way it needs to be seen? Probably not. But I think all of us at one time or the other, when we've been on this floor this year, have said a little prayer for our colleague maybe we don't agree with. We may have said, bless their heart, under our voice. Mr. Chairman, I move when the committee rises and reports, it passes House Resolution 6016 favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Rogers to report H.R. 6016 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SCR 1602. For the purpose of carrying SCR 1602, the chair recognizes Representative James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no amendments to this bill or this resolution.
Proceed.
I'm here before the body to present Senate concurrent resolution number 1602. It passed out of the Senate 31-9. It's a resolution where the legislature strongly urges the governor of Kansas to fully cooperate with the current administration in enforcing immigration laws in the state of Kansas, including deportation of illegal immigrants. The legislature encourages the governor of Kansas to use lawful authority to help secure the border, including the assistance through the Kansas National Guard, and the legislature would continue to support these efforts to secure the U.S. borders and reduce illegal immigration while fostering a legal immigration system. The resolution would also make findings for legal immigration and the immigration policy priorities of the current administration and the role of Congress and the states in enforcing the law securing the border, our U.S. border. Fiscal note, there were no fiscal notes on this one. And during the committee meetings, there were proponents from the AG's office along with the KBI. There were some written opponents. There was no neutral testimony. And the Senate Committee of the Whole amended the bill with the technical correction by removing the governor's name and replacing it with the word governor. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Alcala. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, I have questions that I could ask the carrier of this bill, but it wouldn't do no good because he don't know the answers probably as well as I won't know the answers. But I want to read these questions because they're food for thought. I don't want to get into the debate. We all been through that debate. Disruption of families, people that have been here, people that work in our agriculture. We know that argument. Have we thought about the economic and have we thought about the economic and workforce impact this will create? What is the plan to replace the workforce that is undocumented? If mass deportation happens, who will fill those jobs in agriculture, manufacturing, and the service industries? Have we consulted with the industry leaders about the impact on manufacturing, accommodations, food services, and construction? Can Kansas afford to lose the revenue that the undocumented contribute? How does this resolution justify removing workers who have contributed $614 million in state and federal taxes annually? The source was the National Immigration Law Center. Kansas businesses are already struggling with labor shortages. How would this resolution prevent U.S. citizens and legal residents from being wrongfully targeted for deportation? This resolution will definitely create racial profiling in violation of civil liberties. I think these are questions that we need to think about and the impact that it'll have on our economy in the state of Kansas. We'll see that in a budget cycle, depending on how mass the deportations are. Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, body. If this was a resolution to, it says the main priority of the mass operation is the deportation of illegal immigrants who have committed crimes. But let me go back to this. It says that illegal immigration leads to severe repercussions of our entire state, including threats to public safety and public health via human trafficking, the deadly fentanyl crisis, and strains on public resources. So I take issue with this because I think that that is fear-mongering and rhetoric that's not necessary. I mean, if we're going to deport illegal immigrants because they are committing crimes, then say that, just that. But to say that it leads to severe repercussions for our entire state
That's kind of all encompassing to me. It's like everybody, all illegal immigrants are responsible for this. There's a lot of families that are here illegally, of course, yes. But they're leading productive lives.
Bonnie, there's a noise going off here. If somebody's got their phone going crazy, I'd like you to stop it, please.
Uh-oh.
Representative Bourgeon, that's a lot of donuts. I'm sorry, please proceed.
But there are more of these people who are leading productive lives. They are raising families, they have homes, they go to church, they spend money going to the grocery stores, just living their lives. You know, my grandparents came here undocumented many years ago. They raised successful and productive families. They served in the military and worked for law enforcement. And my grandmother, though, she died an undocumented immigrant. And, you know, like I said, she raised 7 kids, and I'm one of the grandkids. So there's more families than not who are, they may be undocumented, they may be, you know, illegal, but they're not breaking the law. I'm all for deporting those who are breaking the law, and that's happening right now. And that's a good thing because we don't need that. But that's just putting a cloud over the rest of the immigrants who are here undocumented. And that's not, so it's not fair to say that illegal immigration leads to severe repercussions for our entire state. It can. So if it said it could, then I could maybe agree with that. Someone during a committee hearing for this resolution said, being here illegal is a crime. We are a nation of laws. And I say to that, is it a crime to want a better life? Is it a crime to not want to be surrounded by violence, drugs, and unrest? To not be able to live in peace? And I ask you to imagine what that would be like to live like that. When he said we're a nation of laws, we are a nation of laws, yet the very leader of this country pardoned 1,600 people who were convicted of crimes against our capital, who threatened the safety and security of our capital, injuring and causing death to Capitol Police. When he says there were severe repercussions that include threats to public safety and public health via human trafficking, the deadly fentanyl crisis, and strains on public resources, I say to this, that if undocumented immigrants break the law, oh, that's part of, okay, I already said this. If they break the law, yes, deport them. As far as strains on public resources, if it's public assistance that you're wondering about, undocumented citizens, undocumented illegal people have not been eligible. They are not eligible to receive assistance. If they are here in a work program, then that's possible. Our Attorney General said in-state tuition was a public benefit. It is merely being able to pay what another Kansan would pay for tuition. They receive no loans, grants, or assistance. It is a fee that is paid in full out of pocket, and there are requirements for eligibility. They must have lived here in Kansas for a period of years and graduated from a Kansas high school, among other requirements. If it's public housing that you're wondering about, they're not eligible. As far as undocumented immigrants, workers taking jobs, they are doing jobs that no one wants. On the kill floors in meatpacking plants, in the fields and farms, on construction sites in the toiling sun from sunup to sundown, and in the early morning hours in the bitter cold, sometimes 7 days a week. I know these people. They work in restaurants as cooks, in hospitality as housekeepers. They sell food in food trucks, on street corners. They clean houses and do childcare. The undocumented immigrant worker is the most agile, inexpensive, effective labor force in this country. They are an asset to the flow of the American economy. On January 16th of this year, our Attorney General stated in the Senate hearing that illegal immigration costs taxpayers an average of $4,308 per illegal alien, and an estimated 104,000 illegal aliens live in Kansas, according to research from the Federation of American Immigration Reform, also known as FAIR. I would like to note that Federation of American Immigration Reform, FAIR, where our Attorney General likes to cite research from, is a nonprofit anti-immigration organization. The Southern Poverty Law Center classifies FAIR as a hate group with ties to white supremacist groups. FAIR was founded by a white nationalist. There has been past controversy that FAIR has misinterpreted the truth on various things, so to trust their facts as true is questionable. I want to add that they are barred, undocumented immigrants are barred from receiving meaningful tax credits. They pay into our Social Security tax, our Medicare tax, and unemployment tax. And these are programs that they do not qualify for. There are more stats and data. If you would like to, feel free to do your own research and see what you find. Immigration has always been a federal issue. The Constitution grants Congress the sole authority to regulate it. It is a broken system, and it has been broken for decades. There was a bipartisan agreement, though, available to sign by Congress that would have taken steps toward fixing the system. But our president, our now president, influenced the party not to sign it so he could do exactly what he is doing now, set himself up to be the savior, saving America from the undocumented immigrants that are costing the American people millions and billions of dollars by illegally collecting public benefits, committing crimes, impeding on our healthcare system, taking our affordable housing, wasting our tax dollars, educating their children, and taking our jobs. According to him, they're just taking and taking and taking. But he's going to be the one to save the day. He's going to be the one to make America great again, as he allows the firing of thousands of citizens. And we have a resolution now before us to encourage our governor to cooperate with his efforts to deport. I say Kansas is greater than that. Let's stop this nonsense and be leaders in our own state and push for immigration reform instead. This consequence of failing to believe that the deportation of undocumented immigrant workers will impact our nation is a huge mistake. Let the federal government do their own work. It will cost our state and its agencies time, manpower, and money. The president does not need us. He can use the money from all of the misspending they've found to hire extra help. I will not be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
The chair apologizes to the representative from Topeka. I'm sure the Statesman Committee will, however, be taking it up with the representative from Wichita regarding the disturbance on the floor. The chair recognizes Representative Oropesa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise before you in opposition of this House Resolution 1602. I come before you, the body, to stand in opposition, as well as to echo the sentiments of my fellow legislators and colleagues who have spoken out against this resolution. I had the pleasure of sitting in on the hearing for 1602, and I personally wanted to thank the chair of Fed and State for allowing Sister to testify, which she was denied when it was heard in the Senate. Unfortunately, Sister was in opposition. Unfortunately, the proponents who were there did not testify, much to my dismay. I did, however, want to bring to everybody's attention that the Kansas Catholic Conference, the KCK Archdiocese, and the bishops of Kansas were and are proponents of 1602. I will not allow the Catholic Church to hide in the shadows as they have done in the past. History will not repeat itself on my watch. The Pope has spoken out against this type of policy. I will not allow the priest to stand alone at the pulpit in the state of Kansas, calming the flocks of Kansas Latinos and immigrants and all nationalities as middle management, AKA the bishops and the archdiocese, endorses this type of resolution against immigrants and Latinos, then in the same breath, ask for donations from the very same immigrants and Latino communities across the state of Kansas.
That noise is outside the gallery. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Once again, religious groups getting involved in policy. However, they have forgotten their own teachings and their fundamental beliefs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I say something, I want to say that fentanyl has been brought up multiple times by people. I just want to say the majority of fentanyl traffickers are American-born citizens. More than 75% of them are American citizens. So this is not coming from the south of the border from brown people carrying it on their backs, if that is the image you're getting from fentanyl traffickers. We constantly spend a lot of time talking about the economic input of human beings who are part of our society, part of our communities. I just want to say, for one, we've really racialized what an undocumented person looks like in this country. The majority of undocumented people are actually visa overstays. They're not people who are walking over here, are coming from south of the border. A lot of these people came here on airplanes, but most.
I'll manage the noise. Please proceed.
Thank you. People are bigger than their economic input. The undocumented people, these are kids these are kids in schools. These are the parents who are picking up their kids from school. These are people are not getting picked up on the corners committing crimes. They're getting picked up from their jobs, the jobs that help this country run. But they're bigger than their economics. And what this resolution does is essentially is compelling our government to be part of what is eventually creating a brown shirt-esque unit in our state. And so before we look at this resolution, people are bigger than their economic input. Undocumented people deserve more than what we're giving them. They pay more taxes than billionaires, and they also commit crimes at a much lower rate than American-born citizens. So that is something to consider. There's something to consider, and also we should not be pushing out people who are very much entwined in our communities.
The chair recognizes Representative Chuck Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to tell you a little bit about my family, if I could. My brother Les adopted a Mexican young baby, and he's very successful. He's a great nephew, and like I say, he's lived a good life. My son Nick married a full Vietnamese girl. Her folks came over after the communists took over their business in Vietnam, and they escaped, and they became American citizens. and they're in the good life. My daughter-in-law, Marielle, was, she had a Mexican citizenship. She had Canadian citizenship, but she didn't have American citizenship, and she married my son. And it took her 10 years to get that citizenship. 10 years and a lot of money. And she was very proud. She just got it about a year ago. You know, I was here in 2015, 2016, and I voted that kids that were not Kansas citizens could go to school tuition free or in-state tuition. And on the way home, I was driving to Atchison that night, and I was listening to Mark Levin, and Mark Levin said, those crazy representatives in Kansas are letting them go for in-state tuition. Hey, I made the Mark Levin show. So I was glad that they could go to school. You know, even if they go back to wherever, they'll make their country better because they graduated from college. They'll make their country better. You know, I heard that our country is approximately 1 million new citizenships every year. So yeah, I agree. Maybe it needs to be worked on, but we do allow 1 million people a year to come into our country and become become American citizens. So we're pretty good country. I think I'm proud of what we're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Susan Rees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to take the moment to thank the chair of the Fed and State Committee who did a really nice job, a very fair job of allowing people to speak. And I thought he conducted the committee meeting really well. I have a lot of respect for that. You know, there have been many times in our U.S. history when our government needed more workers to help build our railroads, our highways, bridges, help with agriculture, so on and so on. And I'm a proud daughter of an immigrant father from Mexico who was able to take advantage of that, of the few times when the U.S. openly was asking for immigrants to come and work. He worked on the railroad, Southern Pacific Railroad in Texas, 50 years. That was his one and only job. He stuck with it. And through that process, he became a United States citizen. He learned how to speak English. He taught others how to speak English, and he taught others how to become U.S. citizens. But the one thing that my father never did was look down on anyone else coming into the country, whether they were coming because of a job that was being offered or coming just because they needed to get away from their country that was full of turmoil. He never looked down on them. He never compared himself to them. All he did was welcome. Welcome to our country. Let me help you. That's all he ever did. Our country has a broken immigration system, and we've heard a representative already speak about that, and we know that. It is very broken. And as already stated, last year, Congress had the opportunity to take the first step, the first major step to fix the system. They didn't. Instead, they used immigrants as a political ad, depicting immigrants as spoiling the blood of U.S., as rapists, as drug dealers, taking away our U.S. jobs, and using our resources. And none of this is true. The drug dealing, perhaps. But look at research and look at more than one source to look at where the fentanyl is coming from. It is not coming from the moms who are bringing their children because they're escaping turmoil from their own country. They're not bringing the fentanyl. It's actually U.S. citizens going across the countries and then bringing it back. I can't tell you how degrading and offensive those lies are and this resolution is. We recently had, if you've been watching the news, there was it's been all over the place where the president illegally used the Alien Enemies Act. We're not at war. It's the only time you can use this, but Congress has to approve that. He went across that. And he deported many Venezuelan migrants.
Again, I will control the noise. Please proceed.
They were viewed as gang members. I'm sure you saw them being deported. I won't go into the details of that, but there were a lot of wrongs with all of that. But there were some U.S. citizens picked up in that, and one particular young man was picked up and he's deported. He's in El Salvador or Venezuela. The family doesn't even know where he is. He was picked up because they saw a tattoo on him that ICE thought was a gang symbol used in Venezuela. It was not a gang symbol. It was his mother's name tattooed on somewhere on his body, his arm somewhere. And the lettering made it look like it was a gang symbol, but it was his mother's name, and now he's gone, and his family doesn't know where he is. This is one of the problems with this deportation, is that they're not being selective as they say that they are. They're picking up people in groups. So when ICE comes into a restaurant, as they did in Kansas City, Missouri, in a rural area, it was a Mexican restaurant they walked into. They walk in, and nobody knows what to do. You can walk in, they can walk in into a public place, but they must have a warrant. The warrant must have the name of the person they're looking for, and it must be signed by a judge. They didn't have any of that. And all they did was round up a bunch of workers. Most of them were U.S. citizens, but they were all arrested. I don't know what recourse they're going to have, but I doubt if they're going to have any recourse. They're probably going to have to get a lawyer and spend their money on that and to try to get out of jail or whatever the situation is that they're now have been encountered. This resolution raises concerns about potential for increased racial profiling and strained relationships between immigrant communities and law enforcement. On your desk, you have a flyer that speaks to just a very tiny bit of the economic impact of deportation efforts here in Kansas. If the deportation efforts happen in Kansas, they haven't yet. Actually, they have, but not mass deportations. If the humanitarian piece of this doesn't affect you, then just look at the economic impact that this is going to have on our state. It is going to devastate us. And if you think U.S. citizens are going to take up these jobs, why haven't they done so now? They don't. They don't. You will see that we have meat processing plants. We have dairies. We have feedlots. And we have federal farm workers who are working under the H-2 visas. And of course, we have employers for that. Total meat processing plants in Kansas. And I have a whole map that'll show that. So if anybody wants copies of that, I'll be happy to give it, to make the copies for you. But it's a whole packet. I didn't want to make copies for everybody. Sedgwick County, you have 13 meat processing plants. Wyandotte has 9. Johnson has 8. Reno County has 6. Crawford, 6. Finney, 4. Ford, 3. Meade, 3. Riley, 3. Feedlots, Butler, 27. Marion, 27. Ford, 25. Scott, 31. Gove, 25. Pawnee, 15. Edwards, 13. McPherson, 10. Licensed dairies, Hamilton has 7. Kearney, 6. Reno, 16. Sedgwick, 9. Nemaha, 18. Finney, 4. Gray, 3. Labette, 3. The federal farm workers under the H-2 visas, Stafford has 26 employers employing H-2 visa farm workers. They have 120 farm workers. Sheridan has 26 employers, 123 employees. Finney, 19 employers, 131 employees. Reno, 12 employers, 65 employees. Gove, 12 employers, 83 employees. Washington, 14, 59 employees. Thomas, 14, 48 employees. Pawnee, 7, 18 employees. Johnson, 6, 37 employees. This is all very current data. Did all research in the Commerce, Agriculture are the ones that supplied all this information for me. This is all new data. It's up to date. In the meat processing alone, the total impact on Kansas economy is over $29 billion with a B. They employ over 81,000 employees. We don't have any idea how many of them might be undocumented. But can you imagine with these mass deportations, if they are picked up, who's going to do the work and how are we going to recover from that economic impact? The beef cattle industry alone, over 20 million. Total employment is over 73,000. Dairy and dairy processing, a total impact of close to 3 billion. Total employment over 7,000. This resolution, I know it just encourages the governor. But think about the message you are sending to our families, to our immigrant families, and to these industries who depend on the immigrant workers to work in their industries, to do the meat processing. Think about what kind of message this resolution is going to send to them. And I'm hoping that you've already heard from many farmers and ranchers who are not happy about this resolution and are very concerned about these deportations because they don't know how they're going to manage. So I urge you to vote no on SCR 1602 And please support our immigrant families. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Bloom.
I'll make this very brief. Let me tell you about one of my very, very best friends. His name is Hippolito Sanchez. He walked across the Rio Grande with his family when he was a child. He was our sheep shearer for 45 years. He worked like a dog. Nobody could ever outwork him. He had 5 children. They are all either lawyers or engineers now, every one of them. I know we don't like the way that people came here, but they're here. If they're decent and they work hard, we deserve to give them a chance. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Getz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, body. I think it's most times I've been up here in one day. A little bit of the same sentiment as last time. I feel like there's some demonization that is happening on this resolution when the main priority, line 13, the main priority of this operation is the deportation of illegal immigrants who have committed crimes. So that is known. This is not all illegal immigrants. And I say this from a district that is highly impacted by this, Dodge City. And a family, my own and close relatives, that have gone through this process and worked through this process. And so I just want us to remember that this is about the criminal activity, not all illegal immigrants. There is a heartfelt love for the immigrants to our country who are pursuing the American dream, and a lot of support for that from this body and others. And so I just wanted to come and, hey, there is a specific purpose for this. It's not all of what has been talked about. There is a great appreciation for the immigrants that we have in our great state. But also in that, we have a responsibility of protection for those immigrants and for others. Students in schools, big part of my role here. And the protection of those and making sure our communities are safe and that there's rules in place that protect our citizens. So I will support this resolution, and I appreciate you hearing my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion on the resolution? The chair recognizes for a second time Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the bringer of the resolution. So looking at line 13, it says, whereas the main priority of this massive operation is the deportation of illegal immigrants who have committed crimes. The way the immigrant community sees this is that there isn't a distinction made if you are in the country legally or illegally, because if you're here and if you didn't go through like the 10-year process, or actually it takes even longer than that, if you didn't go through that, or if you didn't go through some kind of a lottery kind of system in order to then come into the country through those means, are you not considered here illegally?
Well, I guess that would be a question for the federal government. I can say that serving on embassy duty, that people lined up every day at the embassy, at the consulates there, and to obtain a legal visa to come here.
Right.
And I know that serving in the military in California and different places in the large fields out there, you would see lots of workers. And those workers had visas,
right,
work visas.
Right.
So, and there are many of those individuals who had kids and they went into the military and they served, honorably, and they obtained their citizenship. But I don't think that this has anything to do with, I don't think this is the reason we're talking about crime. Crime is the criminals that came in, they were flown in, or they came across the border, and they are criminals now in the United States. And it's not, I don't think it's the state's determination, it's the federal government's. And all we're doing here is asking for the governor to cooperate.
So ICE says that if you're here illegally, you have committed a crime. That is a crime.
It is
It's
a crime.
misdemeanor.
It is.
But it is a crime. So there is no distinction here that if you came into the country with ill intent, or you already committed a crime in the country that they're coming from, and they came into the U.S. with the intent to continue with that kind of, criminality, there's no distinction here, because if you come into the country not through all of the means that even you described, that means you're here illegally, and that is a crime.
It is.
So this is why when I read this bill, and the way many in the communities have read this bill, said that it includes everybody. There's no distinction that is being made. And this is why all the consternation against this resolution, because it really does include everyone.
And that's for the federal government to determine, not us. We're just asking for cooperation, asking the governor to cooperate with federal authorities on any crimes or deportations they want to do. That's what we're asking for.
Okay.
It's simple.
Okay. Again, it's throwing everybody into the hat there. It is not making distinctions. So if you're here in the country and you're undocumented, it is a crime. We all know that. It is a crime. It's a misdemeanor, but it is a crime. So this resolution does throw everybody into it, and it includes everyone that I've already talked about that are doing all the work that many of our U.S. citizens aren't doing. So it is lumping everybody in there, and all of your families, and many have talked about their families already. They're included in this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be brief. Line 14 that was referenced earlier, it does speak to those that have committed a crime. And in fact, by being here illegally, a crime has been committed. We would like to sit here and say that this is only going to be for those criminals that have committed some sort of a heinous crime. However, at least in Wichita, that hasn't been the practice. We've been visited in our Latino communities by ICE agents, and they are simply looking for anyone who has committed a crime. So what we might believe is happening certainly isn't what is actually happening. And for this resolution to require our governor to spend our state funds, it speaks to the KBI. It speaks to, one of the proponents here is actually the chief of police in the city in which I represent. Additionally, our portion of the National Guard in a state where we don't have enough money to fund special ed. But we're going to potentially allocate funds for protection at the border, which last I checked, we don't border another country here in Kansas. I can't be in support of this resolution. It just absolutely doesn't make sense to me, and it's also extremely unfair. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
you, Mr. Chair. Body, I am clearly in opposition to this resolution, but I just want to clear something up. Um, and spoke with some of my colleagues about it just to make sure that they were cool with me coming up here. Being an undocumented immigrant is not a crime according to federal law. However, it is a civil offense punishable by removal. So I felt it was important to remind everyone here that simply being in the United States as an undocumented individual does not make you a criminal, and it is not a crime. It is a civil offense. So those follow different measures. And I would like to remind you all that it is not illegal to be a human being in this country, whether or not you have followed the proper protocol. It is simply a civil offense, not a criminal. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, Representative James, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that when the body rises to report that it reports Senate Concurrent Resolution 1602 amended by the Senate be favorably passed.
You've heard the motion by Representative James to report SCR 1602 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next order of business is HCR 5013, and for the purposes of carrying HCR 5013, the chair recognizes the chair, Representative Sutton. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome, Mr. Chair.
We have to roll call this thing. It could get complicated. HCR 5013 is apparently the least controversial of the resolutions that we'll do today. All this does, the short form on general orders describes it perfectly. It urges Congress to give the state insurance regulators or our insurance department authority over Medicare Advantage plans. Just for clarification, Medicare Advantage plans are supplemental plans. Think Part C and some of Part D. These are supplemental plans offered by private insurance companies within the state to supplement the Medicare program. This in no way endorses the state getting involved in Medicare. I would never urge us to even touch that Leviathan. But instead, this simply would urge Congress to give us the authority to regulate insurance programs that are already in our state. We're more flexible. Our insurance department is more in tune with our constituents, with the enrollees in the programs, and is currently overseeing every other insurance program offered through these companies. And so we're just asking for permission to handle it so that maybe we can take care of some of the advertising issues that have arisen around Medicare Advantage. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Is there any discussion on the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Kansas Department of Insurance receives thousands of complaints from Kansas policyholders each year. In 2024, 11% of all health insurance-related complaints submitted to the department concerned Medicare Advantage marketing practices. Because Medicare Advantage plans are regulated almost exclusively by the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid, CMS. Consequently, the department is unable to assist aggrieved policyholders concerning these matters and must simply refer complaints to CMS. This has been the status quo for all state insurance departments since the passage of the Medicare Modernization Act in 2003. CMS has failed to adequately protect the public from deceptive marketing practices and advertising. As an example, I had a patient that was in the office where I was an administrator. She was elderly, and I had to tell her she had leukemia. In elderly people, leukemia grows at a much slower rate, usually, than in younger people. One of the Medicare Advantage programs had gone in and told her she needed more insurance. She already had 2. The third one that came in would never, ever, ever have paid 1 cent. Would not have covered one thing because it only honors 2. At this point, she said, I don't have a long time to live, but do I need more insurance because I want to visit my children and they live in California? Folks, she did not need this insurance. It was bad marketing. And by that, I say the small print on the packet itself was about 6 point. I have enough problems. I wear trifocals. 6 point is kind of tiny. And it's very hard for seniors to read. I did go after this insurance company at one time during a medical managers association meeting, saying this was unfair practice, preying on our elderly, preying on people who do not understand Medicare Advantage. I'm not a proponent of Medicare Advantage, but that's my choice at my age. All of you may have different happenings with Medicare Advantage, but what we want to make sure happens to our citizens in Kansas is that they do not have bad marketing practices and bad representation from insurance companies trying to sell them something they don't need and will never use. This is one way that we can protect our seniors. This is one way we can help with medical questions and practices that are not appropriate. And I would ask for your support along with our my chairman. We sponsored this concurrent resolution and feel very, very strongly that our seniors deserve our attention. And I thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, body. I think this is a really great bipartisan resolution. I've worked with individuals who have varying different types of Medicare plans, and unfortunately, I've been witness to the predatory practices of the marketing around the Medicare Advantage plans. And I think that it would be great if we could urge the Congress to allow our insurance department to have some impact and influence on helping these individuals who are facing problems with Medicare Advantage plans that they've gotten into, or families or family members who may have concerns about how those Medicare Advantage plans were presented to their family members who may have enrolled or considered enrollment. So I would urge everyone to support this great bipartisan resolution so that we can try to further ensure that we protect our seniors from predatory insurance. Thank you.
Further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Steens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo really quickly. I've worked in healthcare for 28.5 years. I have seniors that get anywhere from 10 to 15 calls a day from these Medicare Advantage providers. And a lot of times they will sign these seniors up sight unseen. They don't even have to meet with them in person to be able to change them over to these plans. And to me, that is predatory. On top of that, I know small DME companies and other companies that cannot, these policyholders, it takes them forever to get some of their claims paid. They will often push it off and then say, oh, you have to file for a prior auth, and they'll come back and say you have to make an appeal. And it's just kicking the can down the line. And if Medicare is approving it, then these Medicare Advantage plans need to approve it. So I think there's a lot of problems with these, and I think the state needs to oversee it. And having it at the federal level is very difficult for us, and we don't have any recourse. So I would definitely support this. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Sutton, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Normally, body, I would not be all that concerned with a resolution at all, because petitioning the federal government to relinquish power is usually just a feel-good sort of measure. Right now, however, with the duplication of effort at the federal and state level, it's very possible that we could see some action in this regard. So this is a more hopeful resolution than I've normally seen. And so I urge your support when the body rises to report to pass out HCR 5013 favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Sutton to report HCR 5013 favorable. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes.
Don't everyone run at once, but I'd like to maintain a quorum. But lunch is outside, so we're not going to go row by row or anything silly like that. But maybe pick it up for some of your seatmates so that we can keep people on the floor. The next item of business is SB 87. For the purposes of carrying SB 87, the chair recognizes Representative Croft.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that Senate Bill 87, appearing under the order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. It is passed over. The next order of business is HB 2131. For the purposes of carrying HB 2131, the chair again recognizes Representative Croft.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that House Bill 2131, appearing under the order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It is passed over. Next order of business is HB 2336. Moving right along. For the purposes of carrying HB 2336, the chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments, and I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Someone say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right, committee report is adopted. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Body, this is a bill that we've been working on for over 4 years, and it's my pleasure to finally bring this to your consideration. This moves the state from a 3-factor apportionment to a single-factor apportionment based on sales. This is something that is rather complicated if you try to start digging into the bill, but it's really a simple concept. Currently, if you have a business that performs business in more than one state, your income is subject to apportionment. Basically, you are charged by the portion of business that you do in each state. when everybody used three-factor apportionment, it was nice and fair and equal. The three factors that we currently have are property, payroll, and sales. So when you factor into all of those provisions, you try to define how much of that is in Kansas, how much of it is in Oklahoma, Nebraska, the different states that you do business in. That's how you split up your share of income tax that you pay to each state. When everybody did it in three-factor, it was really nice and equal, but somewhere along the lines, a state decided, hey, let's create a really competitive advantage for our in-state businesses, and they removed the payroll and property tax provision and went to a single factor based on sales. The multi-state compact does allow you to do that. It doesn't define how you have to apportion income, just that you do apportion it fairly to avoid double taxation. Currently, 36 states now have single factor sales. Kansas is one of the very few that do not, and in our region, only Kansas and Oklahoma still retain the three-factor sales. The impact of that is it's really penalizing our in-state businesses because they have to also account for any infrastructure they have, their property. If they have a lot of employees, their payroll accounts for that, so it puts more of the emphasis or the burden on their state, or on their state portion. So this is something that the Kansas Chamber brought forth to us, like I said, about 4 years ago, I think is when we first had the first bill. The Kansas Department of Revenue also realizes the need for this. We need to treat our in-state businesses fairly and give them this advantage as well, since most of our neighboring states and most of the states in the union have this. The reason it's taken 4 years is because we've had different ideas on how we need to get there. There's two different approaches. This is going to significantly impact some businesses and how their operations are structured. So the original idea was to kind of phase this in over time to allow them, each business individually, to make the decision when they want to move to single factor sales versus the current three-factor system. Other businesses, this might be an advantage for. Like I said, your in-state businesses that have a lot of property and payroll, they're going to want to do this transition fairly quickly. The department had introduced a bill of their own to just, it's kind of, I call it the rip the Band-Aid off. They just want to go from the three-factor directly over to the single factor in one fell swoop.
Body, this is a tax bill. There are Kansans who will find this important, and I know pizza is exciting, but let's respect the speaker. I apologize, Representative Smith. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize because this is kind of mundane things, but it is very important. Essentially, we have worked really hard between the legal team at the Kansas Chamber and the legal team at the Kansas Department of Revenue. They have went through this bill with a fine-tooth comb to find compromise to where we're all on board with this. As you will see right now, the compromise has essentially been, instead of phasing this in, we're going to rip the Band-Aid off and do it immediately, go from three-factor over to single factor, but we are going to delay it 2 years. That 2-year delay allows any businesses that might be impacted negatively to kind of make plans and restructure their business as they need to do. But as I said, this is kind of a compromise. We were working on this bill up until the very, very last day of committee. We had an amendment on to make this 2-year transition. The fiscal note on this is still showing, or was still showing at that time, a $32 million, because when we looked at that amendment, there were a few dates that needed clarification, because essentially this should be a net zero. We're going to lose some income, we're going to gain some income. It should be net zero. And the $32 million, we found out that was in accordance with how the interstate motor carriers and the railroads, since they don't really function off of an income base, they function off of a mileage apportionment. So we got that language clarified in an amendment that I have right now, Mr. Chair.
The amendment appears really long. Would you care to discuss your amendment, or to describe your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And the reason for the length of the amendment is because we found some language in the multi-state compact statute 794301, and that's almost like a sales tax exemption. It's got one little piece in there that we're changing, but it added probably 7 or 8 pages to the amendment. But essentially what we're doing is we're clarifying all those little technical date changes and making the change in the multi-state compact agreement statute to allow for this apportionment. This is something that the good attorneys over at Kansas Department of Revenue discovered. We needed to make this update too. But with that, Mr. Chair, I'd stand for questions on the amendment.
Is there objection to the waiving of the reading of the amendment? Seeing none. Very good. Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the chairman stand for some questions here? Yes. I'm looking at the amendment. So the first section basically changes section 1 to make clear that there's a one-time reduction in the corporate rate if this results in a tax increase when we go from the one change to the other.
Yes, thank you, Representative. If this change does result in a net increase in revenue and corporate income, there is kind of a buy down of that rate to kind of hold if you call it kind of a net zero effect. But there is a one time, but we had to, because when the original bill was introduced, it was kind of a phase in, so it would buy it down over years. The first section specifies that that is limited to only one time thing. It doesn't continue to buy down that corporate rate if there is an increase in corporate income.
Okay, thank you. And then the next section deals with the business income in the case of railroads and the interstate motor carriers. Can you explain the change there?
Yes, as I said, the railroads and motor carriers are treated a little bit differently on how their income is apportioned. We want to make sure that they were treated the same way as other businesses. So this continues the apportionment by multiplying the business income fraction by the freight car miles for the case of railroads and number of miles operated in the state for the motor carriers. Just tries to retain that same apportionment.
Okay, so what effect does that have on the fiscal note of the bill, if any?
I think the Department of Revenue stated that $32 million that was in the fiscal note as we first amended it in committee, that $32 million was associated with those changes because we hadn't included those in the apportionment. So with this amendment, that should take that $32 million down to zero for the entire bill.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then the rest, as he said, it deals with the multi-state compact, that technical changes that need to be made. I rise to support this amendment. As the chairman said, it's been a 4-year process of trying to move from a multi-factor to a single factor. And I have to admit, when we first started this process, I was not in favor of going to a single factor. The multi-factor had worked well for years in Kansas and around the country. But as more states gone to single factor, and the fact that moving to a single factor will help our homegrown Kansas businesses, those with a lot of payroll and property in Kansas, I think it was good to make this move. So we had to work it all out, but we have a bill now that does it with very little fiscal note. It's been a long process. Anyway, with this amendment, I think it's a good bill, so I urge you to support the amendment and support the bill.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Ashew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the amendment and then mostly support the underlying bill. I just want to make the point that this is a bill brought to us by the business community, and they're asking for it. But they're also asking if this change that they're requesting does increase our revenues, then they also get a corporate rate reduction, which I think is ridiculous. I think if they want this, they should just, and it's a good thing for them, then that should be good enough. If it does happen to increase the state's revenue, then that should be, that we should just get that because they're asking for this bill. But other than that, I support the bill.
Does any other member wish to speak to the amendment? There's no further discussion. Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close on my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Smith to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Back on the bill. To speak to the bill, you still have the floor, Representative Smith. Very good. To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Again, I support the bill as amended.
He pushed all his buttons. All right. If there's no further discussion, Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that when the body rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2336 favorable for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Smith to report HB 2336 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is HB 2377. And for the purposes of carrying HB 2377, the chair recognizes once again Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, and I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2377 makes changes to our current law regarding general sales tax that is imposed by the county. Currently, if a county adopts, obviously has to be voted on by the voters, but if that is approved by the voters, if they have general sales tax authority, that sales tax money is shared between the counties and the cities within that county. Now, currently, the formula to share that is based on half of proportion by population, and the other half is on the taxes that are levied. It was brought to our attention by Sedgwick County. They were looking at reducing their taxes, reducing their mill levy, and they realized if we reduce our mill levies, we also, we're trying to cut taxes, but then we lose some of the tax revenue. So the intent on the way this formula is designed actually penalizes those local governments that try to cut taxes, and it actually rewards those that are raising taxes. So they brought forth this bill, the original bill, to change that formula to the assessed valuation rather than on the mill levies or the taxes levied. When we had that hearing, it became clear that this could be a fairly significant impact to some communities and their financial planning. So we decided to add an amendment that would essentially freeze the formula, that calculation right now, give us some more time next year because this bill came in a little bit late as far as getting through the committee. So we're going to freeze the valuations now. That will allow the local governments that want to cut their taxes, they won't be penalized by losing additional sales tax revenue. And then we'll take a good look at this next year and see how we can kind of make the transition from one methodology to the other without really significantly impacting some of the local governments. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
All right. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the committee chair did a good job explaining the bill, and I support it.
All right. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the bringer of the bill please stand for questions?
My pleasure.
Thank you. I like the concept of what you said right here. You said that it freezes the current valuations. Would anybody be allowed, before this bill is enacted, to go back and raise valuations more? That's the first piece. Second piece, we've had some other legislation talking about the ability to do a protest petition on those valuations and transparency of having that publicized before those valuations go up. How does this particular bill play either for, against, or with all those concepts?
Yes, Representative, and I apologize. I may have misspoke. It freezes the formula that is used to distribute the sales tax, which is currently based on the taxes that are levied. We are wanting to transition over to the assessed valuation, so it doesn't freeze valuation. It freezes that formula. That way, if some local governments want to cut their budgets, they will cut their taxes levied, but they won't be penalized by losing some of that sales tax portion.
Thank you, sir. And Body, I thank the bringer of the bill for that explanation. That's even better than what I had heard just now listening to the discussion. I stand in full support of this, and I ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises and reports, that the report House Bill 2377 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Smith to report HB 2377 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SB 227. For the purposes of carrying SB 227, the chair recognizes Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Committee report's adopted. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body SB 227 came to the House Tax Committee from the Senate Committee on Commerce. It would expand and increase tax credit amounts allowed for preservation of historic structures. These credits are currently offered only to projects in cities with a population below 9,500. This would offer them to credits to larger cities. So to qualify for these credits, the developer, the builder, or the single-family homeowner must use historically accurate materials that are approved by the State Historic Society. These credits help to offset the cost of such restorations, which typically are 2 to 3 times the cost of restoring using materials that are not historically significant, or accurate, I should say. The bill provides for different credit percentages based on the city's population and how much is spent on the restoration. The bill allows for a 25% credit for projects in a city with a population of more than 50,000 and $5,000 to $50,000 spent, a 40% credit for projects in a city with a population of more than 50,000 and more than $50,000 spent, a 40% credit for projects in a city or township with a population of 50,000 or less and less than 5,000 or at least 5,000 spent, and a 40% credit for nonprofit companies with at least 5,000 spent. So these credits can be carried forward for up to 10 years. They are transferable. They aren't issued until the project is completed. These changes would apply to projects completed on or after July 1 of 2025. On the fiscal note, the Department of Revenue estimates the bill would increase total tax credits issued by $3.7 million a year. So again, there's already a historic preservation tax credit allowed. This is an expansion and an increase of that. So an additional $3.7 million a year. And they assumed, some of these credits are going to be used in year 1 and some are going to be used in later years. So with that, they came up to a quantification of a fiscal note of $600,000 fiscal year 26. Fiscal year 27 would be $1.9 million, and fiscal year 28 would be $3.1 million. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
The carrier of the bill did a good job. I think for a second. The vice chair of the committee, carrier of the bill, did a good job explaining the bill, and I rise in support of the bill.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that I came up here to do 4 or 5 years ago was spur development in historic downtowns. And my second year here, we did a bill called the Historic Kansas Act. And the reason that I brought the bill is because the way that the historic tax credit program is set up right now, if you don't have a huge project, a big, $2, $3, $4 million project, the amount of money that you spend in legal fees just putting together the paperwork to get approved for the tax credit makes the tax credit irrelevant. And so the current historic tax credit program really is just geared for big developers. Smaller developers trying to do the $250,000 building in their historic downtown and get it ready to put a storefront in, just couldn't access those funds. So I did the Historic Kansas Act. It was basically like an alternative 10% tax credit program without all the paperwork, and KDOR regulated it out of existence. You can only apply in a teeny tiny window in December of each year. They put it in the back corner of their website, so it didn't get used. This tax credit program this expansion of the tax credit program that we're talking about now was the alternative solution that I was not able to go after because it was going to be too much money. I've heard people say, well, we're always giving exemptions, we're always giving credits. I would just say these historic downtowns, especially in rural Kansas, but even in, kind of the suburbs of Kansas City, like Leavenworth, they are disappearing. They're disappearing because the building goes out of use, the business leaves, and as soon as the business leaves, the building very rapidly deteriorates to the point where it becomes an eyesore and a hazard to the community, and then the city has to come in and tear down the building, and it's gone forever. That's a piece of Kansas history that's just gone forever. We have a very small window left to save Kansas history and our historic downtowns, and so I would urge everybody's support for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears pretty short. Clerk will read.
On page 3 in line 42 by striking all after H, by striking all in line 43. On page 4 by striking all in lines 1 through 3. In line 4 by striking all before the period and inserting before the issuance of a tax credit pursuant to this section, the Department of Revenue may verify that the qualified taxpayer does not owe any delinquent income, privilege, premium, sales, or compensating use taxes, or interest, additions, or penalties on such taxes to the state. Such delinquency shall not affect the issuance of a tax credit, except that the amount of the credits issued shall be reduced by the qualified taxpayer's tax delinquency. After applying all available credits towards the qualified taxpayer's tax delinquency, the Department of Revenue shall reduce the amount of outstanding delinquent tax owed by the qualified taxpayer. If any credits remain after satisfying all income, privilege, premium, sales, or compensating use tax delinquencies, the remaining credits shall be issued to the qualified taxpayer. Once a tax credit is issued, the amount of credits evidenced by the tax credit shall not be subject to reduction, recapture, disallowance, or voidability.
Representative Smith, would you care to explain what just happened there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, my pleasure. Thank you. Body, when we worked the bill in committee, we had an excellent amendment that was proposed and adopted that basically stated if you have any outstanding tax liability, you cannot receive this tax credit. Unfortunately, it was a amendment that the Department of Revenue hadn't really had a chance to look at. We thought it was good in concept, but then when we looked at it, the original amendment said any outstanding tax liability that is due either to the state of Kansas or a political or taxing subdivision of the state. So that really kind of encompasses all of local government too. The state doesn't really have an easy method of determining any potential outstanding tax liability at local government without putting in a lot of work. So this amendment intends to maintain the spirit of that committee amendment where if you have tax liability at the state only, we're going to make sure we recover that first before this tax credit is allowed. So essentially, we are just looking at outstanding tax liability from the state, either by income, sales tax. It was listed in there, privilege, premiums, compensating use, et cetera. It does not disqualify them from the tax credit. It does say whatever they qualify for the tax credit, the amount of delinquent tax will be deducted from their credit. So essentially, they're going to get their back taxes paid through this tax credit, and then if there's anything left over, they do still qualify for the remaining tax credit. So I tried to hopefully simplify that a little bit, but that is the intent of the amendment, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Alcala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I thought it was a good amendment also. We give out a lot of tax credits, and we don't ever, in my observation, check to make sure that we're not giving credits to people that owe us a lot of money. I disagree with the amendment, although I like the chairman. The amendment, in his amendment, the delinquent property tax would not be considered. The bill now reads, would exclude eligibility for the credit if the property taxes are owed, including those owed to local governments. That's what he referenced. As I understand the language in the amendment, the department would essentially apply the credits against outstanding tax liabilities of the company's members that is taking the allotted share of the credits. As the bill reads now, it would make the entire company ineligible for the tax credit if any member or owner was delinquent in taxes. The amendment also states whereby any credit awarded cannot be taken back or voided by the department. The bill now reads the language would void any credit if the credit was awarded in a situation where such taxpayer was not eligible for credit. All this amendment does is it makes it easy for LLCs and agents of the LLCs to be eligible for tax credit if they owe back taxes. I'm waiting for an amendment. I'm trying to find a middle-of-the-road compromise. I haven't spoke to the carrier of the bill. And I've always been a voter of historical preservation and tax credits for them. My amendment, I'm waiting for it. It's basically going to be that it'll be his amendment, except that you don't qualify if you owe $5 million or more in taxes. Thank you.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me preface my questions for the carrier of the amendment with the statement that just like the representative from Leavenworth, this legislation and this program is very important to my district. And I'll perhaps explain why when we actually speak to the bill. I also want folks to understand that the people that I have worked with for years who are involved in historic restoration tell me that absent this type of an amendment, this could be devastating to the program. So this is important. With those prefaces, Mr. Chairman, my friend, some inquiry. I think I like your amendment, but I want to make sure that I understand it. The amendment that was added in committee would disqualify people, I think, from participation in simple language if they owed taxes.
Yes, Representative.
And that would include if they owed property tax on the property which was going to be restored. Is that correct?
The way I read the original
committee amendment, yes, you are correct.
So for example, if we have a historic structure, the owner hasn't paid taxes, or perhaps a prior owner maybe didn't pay taxes, it's got a tax lien out there. If someone wanted to put in their own money and take advantage of the tax credit and restore and rehabilitate the property so it's actually worth something, they couldn't do that unless and until the property tax lien was resolved?
Under the original amendment,
Yes.
I believe that is correct.
And so if we wanted to restore these properties not only for aesthetic and cultural purposes, but also to get them back on the tax rolls, we couldn't use the program to do that if there were already taxes owed as passed out of committee.
Yes, I would agree.
And your amendment is endeavoring to fix that, among other things.
Correct.
And help me understand again, with respect to local taxes owed, property tax comes immediately to mind. How does this amendment fix the problem that we were just discussing?
It still allows the tax credit to go through. It would just, if there is any state liability, it would not, since the property tax would be a local tax, it would not compensate or pay that tax, but it would allow the tax credit to still go through. Only if there was any state liability would it be, well, it still wouldn't be denied. It would still be allowed. They would just deduct that tax liability from the tape.
And so if we have a dilapidated historic property that's worth essentially nothing, and we improve it through this program so that now it's worth real money, presumably that would raise its valuation. Correct?
Certainly.
And presumably it'd make the property worth something so that if it became necessary to realize on the back tax lien, there would be something worthwhile to sell.
I agree.
That sounds like kind of a win-win deal for the county to me. I assume that's part of why you brought this, my friend.
I was not a proponent or any kind of conferee on this.
No, I'm talking about the amendment.
Oh, the amendment, yes. The amendment was actually proposed by the proponents of the bill.
Right. And then when we talk about state taxes owed, as I understand the way the amendment would work, it wouldn't stop people from getting the credit, but it would apply the credit to their back taxes.
First, yes.
That sure makes a lot of sense. I got another minor question too. If we leave unpaid state taxes as a disqualifying factor, we don't adopt the amendment. Several years ago, when I was appointed to a state board or commission, I had to get something known as a tax clearance letter. And the week before, Kansas Department of Revenue figured out that they thought I owed another $115. And my appointment couldn't get through until I paid the $115. Would that kind of a thing under the bill as it came out of committee disqualify me from the program because just a few days before DOR decided I owed a little bit more money and so therefore I have back taxes?
Would that disqualify you under this amendment?
Not under the amendment, but under the bill as it came out of committee. With the committee amendment that says if you owe back taxes, you're not eligible.
I think it would.
Yeah, I think
you would have to strike both the committee amendment and also this one.
Okay, but this one allows me, even in that circumstance, even if I owed $115 because maybe I added it up wrong on my tax form, your amendment would allow the tax credit to be granted, project presumably to go forward, but the tax credit, if I didn't pay my $115, would be applied first to resolve that $115.
You are correct.
Thank you, I appreciate your help. From my perspective, this amendment is a win-win proposition. It's good for county government because it helps them collect back property taxes by improving the property so that it's worth something. Not only that, it increases the valuation of the property, so that improves local revenues. And on the converse side of the coin, if there are taxes owed to the state of Kansas, it doesn't say you can't participate in the program. It says you participate in the program, you get some tax credits. First thing they're going to go to is to pay off your state tax liability. That all makes really good sense to me. I may come back up here and address the bill on the merits, but I hope we can resolve the amendment situations before we get to that point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's no further discussion. Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Smith to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment passes. The chair recognizes Representative Croft.
Mr. Chair, I move we rise and report progress.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Very good. The ayes have it. Motion passes.
Clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that HB 2336, 2377 be passed as amended, HR 6016, SCR 1602, HCR 5013 be adopted, SB 87, HB 2131 be passed over and retained a place on the calendar.
Speaker recognizes Representative Sutton to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the committee report as it stands so far.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the committee report is adopted. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on Senate sub HB 2007 and has appointed Senators Billinger, Glaze, Jr., and Petty as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2030 and has appointed Senators Peterson, Clues, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2044 and has appointed Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2046 and has appointed Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2048 and has appointed Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2049 and has appointed Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2062 and has appointed Senators Warren, Titus, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2068 and has appointed Senators Gossage, Clifford, and Holscher as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2075 and has appointed Senators Gossage, Clifford, and Holscher as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2107 and has appointed Senators Fay, Peterson, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2168 and has appointed Senators Peterson, Clues, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2201 and has appointed Senators Peterson, Clues, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2333 and has appointed Senators Dietrich, Vague, and Francisco as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate accedes to the request of the House for a conference on HB 2371 and has appointed Senators Warren, Titus, and Corson as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate concurs in House amendments to sub SB 29, announcing passage of SB 146, Senate Bill 146 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, and Act concerning real property.
Are there announcements? Seeing none, the Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to recess.
Republicans, we will calendar in the old Supreme Court immediately upon recess. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 1:20 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House is in recess. The House will come to order. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
HCR 5014 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, requested by Representative Meyer, a concurrent resolution urging the Kansas Attorney General to join the efforts of other states to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America, the founding principles of separation of powers and the Appointments Clause, and hold Elon Musk accountable for unlawful executive action.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Proctor for a motion to concur on House Bill 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, you may remember House Bill 2020 passed through this House. The bill requires that the Department of Motor Vehicles on a quarterly basis share information on non-citizens that it's issued a driver's license to with the Secretary of State's office. Secretary of State's office then scrubs those names against the voter rolls. If it identifies a match, it investigates to ensure it's a match. If it's confirmed that it is the same person who's a non-citizen according to the DMV on the voter rolls, they'll then instruct the election officer to A, notify the voter, and B, remove them from the voter rolls. The Senate took up this bill. They made one small amendment, just changing the effective date from publication in the statute book to publication in the Kansas Register. I would ask that the body concur with those changes. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2020.
Is there discussion? The Speaker recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a vague recollection of this bill. I hope that either the ranking member or a member of the committee from my party will light up their light and stand up here and explain to us what our position is. Without a decent explanation, I'll be voting no on the motion to concur.
The Speaker recognizes Minority Leader Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The former representative got his button pushed before I did, but we are back discussing with some of the members. Many of you voted no on this. We urge you to vote against the motion to concur on House Bill 2020. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, citizenship either means something or it doesn't. And if we are going to affirm the principle that only citizens are allowed to vote, then we need to check and make sure that only citizens are voting. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I close on my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2020. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The roll is still open. Members will be in their seats on final action. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Not seeing 10 hands. 10 hands, calls in order. Government will secure the door, clerk will read the roll.
Blacks, Ellis, Haskins, Howardson, O'Hobson, Potter Marshall, Rivas, Riley, El Reese, Sutton, Sweeney, Waymaster.
Representative Riley votes aye. Representative Rivas votes aye. Representative Potter Marshall votes aye. The speaker is excused. Representative Waymaster votes aye. Representative Sweeney votes aye. Representative O'Hobson votes no. Not seeing 10 hands, call is raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 83 having voted in favor and 35 against the passage of House Bill 2020, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Proctor for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, if you'll remember, House Bill 2022 was a bill about the timeline for special elections. There is an issue emerged in a county when they tried to schedule a special election too close to the primary or general. And so this bill would have required the special election either be on primary election day, on general election day, or 45 days before or after each to alleviate the problems. Over in the Senate on the floor, they added an amendment that has caused some concern for some municipalities. So I'd like to get in conference with the Senate, Fed, and State and look over those changes and see what we can keep and what we need to change. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2022 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Speaker appoints Representatives Proctor, Wagner, and Haskins as conferees on part of the House. Representative, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, House Bill 2016 was a bill that would allow election officers to use online obituary notices from their local funeral homes as an additional method for confirming that somebody's is deceased and should be removed from the voter rolls. The Senate made some changes to that I'd like to discuss with them. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2016 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Speaker appoints Representatives Proctor, Wagner, and Haskins as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2275.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I apologize. Got lost in my desk. Mr. Speaker, I move to non-concur on Senate amendments to House Bill 2275 and that a conference committee be appointed. 2275 was, I think that was a countywide sales tax authority. The Senate put another one in, but we've got a lot more that need to be approved, so we might try bundling all of these together that need to go through. So with that, I'd stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Speaker appoints Representatives Adam Smith, Turner, and Sawyer as conferees on part of the House. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2231 was originally, as it came out of the House, adding an additional exemption for head of household. The Senate, I believe, added a enhancement to the homestead property tax refund program. We want to take a look at the amendments and how that impacts the fiscal note. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2231 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Speaker appoints Representatives Adam Smith, Turner, and Sawyer as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Will Carpenter for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2280.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. 2280 was an emergency medical service bill. The Senate made some changes to that. We'd like to take a look at them, so I would make a motion to non-concur on 2280.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Speaker appoints Representatives Will Carpenter, Bryce, and Susan Ruiz as conferees on part of the House. You may proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I'd make a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2069. It's a bill, one of the many bills that we had with, this is a psychiatrist compact, and that's what I'll do.
Is there discussion? What is...
Okay, let's start over. I make a
you,
motion to
Representative.
non-concur on 2365. That's naming the South Central Mental Health Hospital. I'd like to non-concur on it. The Senate's have made some amendments to that we'd like to take a look at.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
Representative, if you could please clarify your motion to ensure that a conference committee is appointed.
I would make a motion that a conference committee is appointed.
Can you start from the top and just...
Okay. Let's do this all over again. I'd make a motion that we non-concur with House Bill 2365.
And that a conference committee...
Conference committee is appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Speaker appoints Representatives Will Carpenter, Bryce, and Susan Ruiz as conferees on part of the House. Representative, you may proceed.
Let me make sure I've got this right. Okay.
House Bill 2249.
I'd make a motion that we non-concur with House Bill 2249. That's the Rural Emergency Hospitals bill, and a conference committee be appointed.
Is there a discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Speaker appoints Representatives Will Carpenter, Bryce, and Susan Ruiz as conferees on part of the House.
Buddy, I'm glad I could be some entertainment this afternoon for you.
Representative, you still have one more motion to make. House Bill 2069.
More entertainment. Okay. I thought I already did that one. I'd make a motion to non-concur with Senate amendments to 2069. I thought I did this compact already. Oh, it was out of order. Okay, sorry. And a conference committee report be appointed.
Is there a discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Speaker appoints Representatives Will Carpenter, Bryce, and Susan Ruiz as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Beeler to chair the Committee of the Whole. Beeler.
All right, let's get this going. The next item of business is SB 227. For the purpose of carrying SB 227, the chair recognizes Representative Turner.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're kind of restarting the process here. The amendment passed, brought by Representative Smith, but so we're back on the bill, and I will stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Alcala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Little chubby guy like me has been doing a lot of running around. So back to SB 227, I did support the amendment by the Tax Committee Chair on this bill. And I feel that we got to have some type of ceiling on back taxes owed in the state of Kansas. And with that being said, I have an amendment.
Representative Alcala would like to explain the amendment. The amendment appears to be short. Does the member wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes.
The clerk will read.
On page 4 in line 4, after the period of inserting, a taxpayer shall not be eligible for the tax credit in any tax year if the taxpayer has an outstanding tax liability owed to political or taxing subdivisions of the state in an amount of $5 million or more.
I'll make this real short. My God, if you owe $5 million or more in the state of Kansas of back taxes, you shouldn't be benefiting from any of the tax credits that we give out.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions for the carrier of the amendment, if I could. So who is responsible, when somebody applies for these tax credits, who's responsible for determining if the applicant has a tax liability outside of the state tax liability?
My understanding is that it goes through the Department of Commerce, but the local municipality or the county would be able to tell if there was back taxes owed.
Okay, but the applicant's not going to make their application to the city or the county. They're going to make their application to the state. Is that correct?
Correct, and then they would reach out to verify that through the county.
Okay, and would this amendment also apply to federal back taxes?
It would apply to any back taxes that are owed in the state.
Okay, so if somebody has like a federal income tax liability, it wouldn't be covered by this amendment?
Just state taxes.
Okay, so if at some point, if it gets issued and then it's later discovered that the person did have a tax liability that would trigger this, do the credits get clawed back?
They don't, because it goes back to the First Amendment that the chairman of the tax committee had, that they couldn't be voided.
Okay, thank you for taking the time to answer my questions. Body, a lot of work has gone into this bill. A lot of interested parties had to be kind of have their concerns addressed. Many of those interested parties have not had the opportunity to see this amendment. And so I would ask the body to vote against this amendment so that we can get this bill out and we can start rebuilding rural historic districts in Kansas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. This amendment is on top of the earlier amendment by the chairman. It doesn't change that amendment at all. It just puts a cap saying that if somebody owes more than $5 million in back taxes, they cannot get these credits. If you owe that much money, you should not be getting tax credits. I do just support the amendment.
If there is no further discussion, Representative Alcala, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Alcala to amend. All those in favor by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. If roll call is managed, seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Representative Helgerson votes. Oh, still open. Okay. The clerk will close the roll and take the tally. Nope. I have not. Good. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Forty-seven having voted in favor, 65 voting nay. The motion fails. The clerk will record the vote. Representative Alcala, you still have the floor. Okay. So, does anyone else like to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Turner, you may close. Representative Helgerson.
Would the individual carrying the bill stand for a question? I can't remember. Are there any differences between the Senate and us at this point?
The amendment that just went on
Okay.
would be
So
the difference.
you'll have a conversation with him in conference, correct?
Yes,
Hopefully.
yes, exactly.
I'm,
Yeah, go ahead.
okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much. My company has regularly contracts with the state of Kansas. There's a procedure with the department and also, I believe, with the Department of Revenue and the Department of Commerce that if you have not paid all of your taxes and are up to date, you cannot get contracts with the state of Kansas. I would recommend that would be it's currently in place, it's done for all contractors, that the conference committee look at that and see if that's an easy, simple way that is presently in our bureaucracy that could be used to make sure that all the taxes are get paid before credits are given to the individuals. Thank you.
Seeing no others present, Representative Turner, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it reports SB 227 favorable for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Turner to support SB 227 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The Next item of business is SB 35. For the purpose of carrying SB 35, the chair recognizes Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments.
Please proceed.
SB 35 came to the House Tax Committee from the Senate Tax Committee. So this bill is to address high property taxes. It would discontinue the state property tax levies for the Kansas Educational Building Fund and the State Institutions Building Fund, and instead take that money from the State General Fund to cover those obligations. Beginning in tax year 2026, SB 35 would eliminate the statewide mill levy of 1 mill for the state education buildings and a half mill for the state institution buildings, and would instead create demand transfers from the SGF to those two funds. On the fiscal note, SB 35 would reduce SGF revenues by a total of 81 million in fiscal year 27 and would likely increase in future years to reflect the average percent change in the taxable property values in the state. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to wish to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the Vice Chair did an excellent job describing the bill. Unfortunately, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Care to explain?
Yep. Body, this is going to be a procedural move here. This is proposing to strip the contents of the existing bill, Senate Bill 35, and insert the contents of House Bill 2396, the Astra Fund Protest Petition Property Tax Relief Bill, with a few changes that I'd be happy to go over at the appropriate time.
Please proceed.
Okay. If you have a copy of the amendment, it should be available online. It's been turned in. The three pieces that this changes, trying to accommodate a lot of the concern that we had under 2396. First piece is accountability. Under the revenue neutral law, we have the accountability of having a roll call vote, so you know exactly how each elected official voted on exceeding the revenue neutral rate. We are going to retain that accountability with a roll call vote to adopt the budget. Revenue neutral policy that is proposed to be repealed also had a transparency piece in it that required a revenue neutral notice that was focused on the mill levy. We are going to retain that. It's going to be now called a protest petition notice. It will be required to be mailed out to all taxpayers. If the taxing jurisdictions exceed that tax lid that's in place, it will not have the focus on the mill levy. It will have the focus on the tax dollars. It's specified, if you've got a copy of the amendment, it's on page 3 down at the bottom, section 3, paragraph D is where it starts. It will have prior year's tax levied dollar amount, current year's proposed tax levy, and then just simply the difference. So you will be able to see immediately which of your taxing entities on your properties are raising taxes and by how much, which ones are holding the line, and which ones are actually cutting taxes. The third change it makes is the distribution. This is similar to the bill that we heard just a little bit ago, House Bill 2377, where we talked about how when you divide up a distribution of money based on the mill levy or the taxes that are levied, it actually creates incentive. The more you tax, the more money you get. That's the exact opposite of what we want to do. So we're changing that distribution formula on the Astra funds to be based on the assessed valuation, not the taxes levied as it was previously. The final addition in the amendment, and again, it's an extensive amendment because this is basically what they call a gut and go. We're completely taking the contents of 35 out and inserting the new stuff. Section 4 of the amendment renews the statewide 20 mil levy for schools. We have to do that every 2 years. We have not passed a bill in either chamber that does that. So in order to renew that statewide levy for schools for another 2 years, we've got to do that because it does expire at the end of this year. I'd be happy to stand for questions if there's further detail. Mr. Chair.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for questions?
Certainly.
Okay, let's go through. First of all, make it really clear, this is a gut and go. The underlying bill is gone, right?
Correct.
All right, second, this is basically the contents of House Bill 2396, which passed this body not very long ago with like 96 votes or something like that.
I think it was 115 to 6,
okay.
if I remember right.
It was a large amount. With some changes, and I want to make sure I get this right, this now would require a recorded vote when they pass their budget?
Yes, on page 2, down at the bottom, I think it is the second to last line there. It talks about roll call vote. Such vote of the governing body shall be conducted at a public hearing and shall be a roll call vote.
Hopefully they're already doing that, but they should if they have, they're not, so.
It's not always.
So I think that's a good change. Then second, it would require they mail out notices, but my understanding is they only have to mail out those notices if the governing body is exceeding the tax lid.
That is correct.
And then otherwise, the changes, otherwise it's pretty much the same as 23. Oh, the other change is the Astra. It is still $60 million, right? The original 29?
Yes, the money and the apportionment of that money is still the same as in 2396. It's just the distribution between the cities and counties when they try to decide how much within the total of funds that are available in the county, how much the county gets and how much the city gets. Instead of being based on the taxes levied, it's based on the assessed valuation.
And I think that's a good change too, because we don't want to discourage cities from cutting taxes because then they lose some of their Astra funds. We don't want that. And then finally, the only other piece in the bill is it continues the 20 mills for schools.
That's correct. Section 4 on page 7.
So did I miss it? I think that's the entire amendment, right?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right. I think it's pretty clear what this amendment is. It's the House Bill 236 that we passed with a few changes, and actually the changes actually, I think, improved the bill. And it also continues the 20 mills for schools. So I rise in support of the amendment.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Potter Parshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, SB 35 as it in its current form is a bill that I could easily support. I think a lot of work has gone into that, so I think it is a disservice to gut that. Additionally, I think at this point everyone knows that I'm not a fan of HB 2396, so I had a question for the carrier of the amendment.
Certainly.
Let's see, is there anywhere in your amendment that mentions chapter 76?
I do not know. What is chapter 76?
The only chapter that is referenced within SB 35.
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to challenge the germaneness of this amendment. Thank you.
Germanement has been called. Body, while we're waiting on the germaneness ruling, I'd like to direct your attention to North Wall. We have former Representative and Minority Leader Vic Miller. Welcome back. All right, body, we're back in business. Would the rules chair make a ruling on the germaneness of the amendment?
Okay, body, here we are again. I just want to reiterate that germaneness, we go with our house rules, and if it's not talked about in the house rules, we go with Masons. If it's not specifically in Masons, we go to other outside sources like NCSL or even what the US Congress considers germaneness. But we try to start with what we can. And in this case of this amendment, Masons is very specific. It's section 204, number 4. It's on page 284 if you have your Masons manual. An entirely new proposal may be substituted by amendment as long as it is germane to the main purpose of the original proposal. Here we have an entirely new proposal. We're taking one thing out, we're putting something in, which is different than having something and having an amendment and trying to mesh the two together. This is in and out. And we also know that for tax bills, it has long been the House custom, sales tax bills are germane to sales tax bills, income tax bills to income tax bills, and property tax bills are germane to property tax amendments only, and excise tax and so on. So in this case, it is a take out, put in, and it has to do, both have to do with property tax. So in this case, I think it was unanimous, but I may not, I think it was unanimous that it is germane in this case.
We are back on the amendment. Representative Potter Parshall, you may continue.
Okay, well, I would disagree with that, but I think my biggest point is 2396 was an extremely complicated bill that honestly took me about 3 days just to digest the fact that it was an extreme property tax increase for Johnson County and Sedgwick County and several other counties. I mean, you have Chairman Mike Kelly, the chairman of the Johnson County Commission, in support of the bill. So there are definitely a bunch of issues. If it comes to conferenceability question, I know that there is still the current 2396 that is there to do that with. So I would urge everybody to vote against this amendment in order to save the original bill on the other side, and they can conference on that and find a compromise and not kill SB 35 in the process, which is definitely a property tax decrease for everyone's constituents. Thank you.
You've heard the amendment by Representative Potter Parshall. Nope. Okay, next I have Representative Barth. Correction. To speak to the amendment, I have the chair recognizes Representative Meyer. To speak to the amendment next, if it's not Representative Meyer, I have Representative Barth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, body. When we were in our calendar earlier today, body, I actually misunderstood what was happening with SB 35. I did not realize this was a gut and go. And because of that, I have a different story that I want to share with information up here for everybody. I too was actually going to call germaneness on this amendment as well. And the reason being is last session, we all voted on a tax break, reducing the mills for the education building fund. And this is true tax savings that we all voted for and approved. And currently, SB 35, that's what it does. It's a singular bill. It provides tax savings, and it's something that we all voted on. I know we have new people this year, but I just wanted to reinstate that. And this is taking a bunch of money, like $56 million, and transferring from the SGF to the Kansas Education Fund. And so this would actually be true property tax savings. And so I am not in support of a gut and go because of that, because this is something I think is going to be accomplished. The Senate has already decided that this is not a bill that they like. We've made some improvements to this amendment, so I do appreciate the amendment improvements that were made from the original bill, which was HB 2396, I believe is the bill. Is that correct? Okay, HB 2396. There are some improvements, which I do appreciate. But in general, I'm going to vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to remind the body that the rules for considering things in conferences, it has to have passed one chamber. So Senate Bill 35 did come across to us from the Senate. That has passed that content. The entire contents of that bill are conferenceable if we wish to add that in conference committee at a later time. It all depends on the budget, how much we can afford for tax cuts. Like I spoke earlier when we debated 2396 originally, I would have loved to have a lot more money in here, but trying to be respectful of the appropriations chair and the budget process, and what the number they gave me was that we could afford for total tax relief. If we get through with the budget, and it looks like we've got a little bit more, I'd love to add Senate Bill 35 as well. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Smith to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Would anyone else care to speak to the bill? Is there no further discussion? Representative Turner, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it reports SB 35 as amended, favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Turner to report SB 35 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is House Bill 2318. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2318, the chair recognizes Representative Awerkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2318 is intended to help Kansas improve our competitiveness with regards to our income tax rates. And it does this by lowering our income tax rates with prudent safeguards to guide the process. The bill puts in place a trigger to lower income taxes and privilege taxes contingent upon growth in SGF tax receipts. It starts with a base amount for fiscal year 22, and then each year after, there's an inflation add. And once those receipts exceed that base amount plus inflation, the excess revenue is used to decrease the income tax rate, but not lower than 4.5%. In committee, there were some concerns about what would happen if the income tax rates were lowered, but there is some more of an economic downturn, would we increase those rates? There are also questions about, lowering the income tax based on all SGF receipts, which includes sales tax. And are we just rewarding income taxes, the income tax rate, but not looking at the sales tax rate? So I think there's a few great amendments coming to address those concerns. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions.
Care to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a previous representative said, there were some concerns in committee about some of the unintended consequences that this bill could possibly have. And with that, I have a couple of amendments, but I'll start with one.
Representative, would you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does is the original bill, as it was submitted, used all of the tax revenue to set the base year, and all of the tax revenue for the state general fund would have been used if it exceeded the CPI to buy down the rate of the income taxes. What this amendment does is it says we're going to use the increase in income taxes to buy down the income taxes. There is one other part of this. In the original bill, the target rate where the ratchet down would stop was at 4.5%. In negotiations with some of the parties, we lowered that to 4%. And with that, I'd stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the carry the amendment and stand for some questions? I'm looking at the amendment. So the first part of the amendment, you strike the 10 million.
Right.
And you award to 5.969 million.
Yeah, that was the amount of income taxes in fiscal year 2024. The original bill used the amount of total taxes as the base year in 2024.
Okay, so that changes the base year. And, okay.
Then, they had that target was 4.5. We
And
changed
you lowered
that
that to 4.
And then they got some numbers from the bankers on that amendment.
That changes the
make a
privilege
similar
tax.
adjustment. Yeah.
Okay, I think I understand that. So basically it works like the underlying bill, except we're only using the income tax piece instead
Yes.
of all the general fund revenue.
Yes.
And then in years when the income tax piece goes above the base, that's when the cuts kick in.
Goes above the base by the amount of the CPI increases.
And so then that money would automatically cut the rates, okay? Now what happens, so let's say we have a couple years in a row where we cut the rates because everything's going up. But as you know, you've been here a while, we have recessions. So then in a year, all of a sudden the income tax, instead of going up like from 5.9 to 6.3 to 6.6, it goes back down.
Right.
So what happens at that point?
Well, the ratchets would be stopped until revenues increased above whatever that base was.
Does it create a new base?
Excuse me?
Does it create a new base? Does it create a new lower base?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
That's my understanding, that the way the original bill worked was it did never create a new base.
Okay, so you would go back to that original base if it
To the
went
base
below
where
that.
it started to go below, yeah.
All right, thank you. I make it real clear, I don't like the underlying bill. I think it really ties our hands in dealing with the budget, dealing with the problems we have to face in the state of Kansas. We tried something very similar to this back in 2012, and we got ourselves in a lot of trouble in 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, those of us who were here. The other thing I don't like about the underlying bill, and this doesn't change that, is this provides income tax relief. And all I keep hearing from my constituents is they want property tax relief. And since this bill ties up, doesn't give us any room, it doesn't provide the money, we're going to need to cut income tax. We won't be able to cut property taxes until we get down, I guess, to this 4% base, which could be many, many years. Or deal with other problems. We haven't fully funded special education. We won't be able to do that. So I have those concerns still with the underlying bill. This, in some ways, may make the underlying bill a little bit better in terms of dealing with just the income tax piece. We wouldn't, if sales tax grows, we would have that. Although it also lowers the 4.5 to 4, which kind of makes it worse. But at any rate, I'll leave it to the wisdom body what they think of the amendment, but it doesn't change my opinion of the underlying bill.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask a question of the carrier of the amendment? So in the underlying bill, basically, if revenues exceed blah, 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 it ratchets down to a minimum of 4.5%.
Correct.
Your amendment lowers down to 4%?
It can work its way down to 4%. And the way the bill works, if I remember right from committee, was first we ratchet down individual income taxes. Then after that gets to the 4%, we go to corporate tax. And then after that, we go to financial institutions.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now. I'm okay with the first part of the amendment. The second part of the amendment that ratchets it down all the way down to 4% instead of a flat 4.5% is even worse. There's just no room in case something does happen to the economy. There's just no way to make up the fund. And so lowering it down from the 4.5% to the 4% is, I think, a really bad change. So I will not support the amendment.
There's no further discussion. Representative Francis? Representative Auerkamp?
There you go. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, it's a great amendment. I think it really kind of narrows the focus into just the income tax revenue. And I want to keep in mind, the CPI increase each year is quite significant. And so it will take a tremendous amount of economic activity to generate the revenue to trigger the reduction in income tax. But it's important to keep in mind we're competitive, or we need to be competitive with the area states, which pretty much all of them have a lower income tax rate, and several of them are actively looking at lowering their income tax rates now. So look forward to supporting the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, if there is no further discussion, Representative Francis, you may close.
Yeah, you guys are blessed today. You've got Francis and Francis. I would like to address what the representative from Sedgwick said earlier. That's one of my concerns and one of the reasons I brought this amendment. I hear from people at home that they want property tax relief. What this does is we have about $6 billion of our SGF income that comes from income taxes. We have about $3.5 billion that comes from sales tax, and then we've got $250 million that comes from excise taxes, and $246 million that comes from insurance premiums, motor carriers, things like that. Those revenues will still be available for us in the future to do income or property tax reduction if we can. The growth in those revenues will still be there for us to help fund government if we do hit a recession. So I do think this is a good amendment to the underlying bill, and I would appreciate your support, and I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Francis to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. We are Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, one of my great concerns, and as the representative from Sedgwick said earlier, I've been here during the good times and I've been here during the bad times. I have no desire to return to some of the financial issues that I've had to deal with in the past. So with that, I have another amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
On page 1 in line 30, after revenues by inserting, and if the amount of monies in the budget stabilization fund established pursuant to KSA 75-6706 and amendments thereto is equal to or exceeds 20% of the prior fiscal year's state tax receipt revenues to the state general fund. In line 32, after revenues by inserting, and the amount of monies in the budget stabilization fund is equal to or exceeds 20% of the prior fiscal year's state tax receipt revenues to the state general fund. On page 2, in line 2, after revenues by inserting, and the amount of monies in the budget stabilization fund is equal to or exceeds 20% of the prior fiscal year state tax receipt revenues to the state general fund. On page 1, in the title, in line 3, after estimates by inserting, and retain a certain amount in the budget stabilization fund.
Francis, care to explain? Proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an additional safeguard. The ratchet down would not kick in if the budget stabilization fund is less than 20% of the state general fund revenues, both of which would be based on the prior year. So for instance, right now, our budget stabilization fund is at 1.74 billion, and the ratchet would not kick in unless our, we currently have $10 billion in state, what's the right word, state tax receipts to the state general fund. So the budget stabilization fund would have to be at $2 billion before it kicked in. That was pretty convoluted, wasn't it? With that, I'd stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the amendment. The carrier answer questions. Okay, so, yeah. 17.4%, basically. Okay. Okay, so whenever, if I understand the amendment right, so whenever the money in this budget stabilization fund is under 20%, there's no ratchet. We just, okay. It's pretty simple. All right, thank you. Now, I think this amendment is a safeguard. Again, to me, I still don't approve the underlying bill, but this does make the bill better. It certainly puts another safeguard in place.
There's no further discussion. Representative Francis, you may close.
Again, I can't reiterate. I'm all for good tax policy, and I understand our need to lower rates to be competitive. But I also want to make sure that we don't jeopardize the financial future and our ability to provide services to our constituents. So with that, I move my motion, or my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Francis to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Yep, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Back on the bill. We're back on the bill. Would anybody care to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do rise in opposition to House Bill 2318. We do have a lot of turnover in the Kansas House. I don't know how many of us were even around still in 2012, but we went through some pretty tough times in those 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016 budget years where we were trying to rob money from every fund, raise a lot of small tax, anything we could just to get to a zero-inning balance. I don't want to go back down that path. I think it's too soon to consider something like this, particularly when our constituents aren't asking for this. I don't have any constituents telling me they want to cut income taxes, and we did cut them last year. We significantly cut income taxes over $200 million last year. There's no reason to go back down that path this year. Our constituents want property tax relief. Passing something like this ties our hands and will make it much more difficult to provide the property tax relief they're asking for. We've got other budget issues we have to deal with, like fully funding special education. That's going to be very hard to do if we have a ratchet like this. So I would just urge the body to vote no right now. We don't need to have a ratchet down to a flat tax that frankly, I don't see people asking for. So I would urge you to vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Auerkamp, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So appreciate the amendments to the bill. I think they address some of the concerns about fiscal responsibility very well, and they put very strict guardrails on the implementation of the trigger. It actually creates a very high bar, which will be difficult to achieve in order to lower income taxes. As far as property taxes, most of those come from the local level. We did add to the exemption for residential property last year, brought it up to 75,000. So we did do a good job addressing a lot of that. Plus the bill that we just passed a few minutes ago, as well as some of the constitutional amendments we're looking at, they will work together beautifully, I believe, to create a very good opportunity to see our property taxes get into check and also lower in the future. Another interesting element to this particular bill, when we see the income tax revenue as the measure, consider tax credits, because the tax credits that sometimes fly through here, they are a reduction of income taxes. And so this will give more incentive for us to scrutinize the tax credits much more, and also take a look at some of the tax credits that are on the books and analyze them to really think, do we get a good return on our investment with those? And to close, if we take a look at the area income tax rates, Kansas is the highest at 5.58. Then we go to Nebraska at 5.2, Oklahoma at 4.75. Their governor just asked for a 0.5 reduction on that. Missouri's 4.7, but they have a bill to go to 3.7. Colorado's 4.4. Arkansas's 3.9. Iowa 3.8. We need this to be competitive. There are safeguards in place. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the House rises and reports House Bill 2318 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Auerkamp to report House Bill 2318 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2131. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2131, the chair recognizes Representative Lewis to adopt the committee report.
Good afternoon, body. So this is House Bill number 2131, and it has to do with what we call jailhouse witnesses. Jailhouse witnesses, by the way, the same bill in essence was passed by this House last session, 117-4, and in committee it was 16-1.
Excuse me, Representative, you need to adopt the committee report?
I do, and I apologize. Yes, there were amendments, and I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please
Thank
continue.
you, Mr. Chair. So what is a jailhouse witness? This occurs when an incarcerated person speaks to a cellmate or somebody in the prison and claims to obtain inculpatory evidence or testimony about something that this cellmate, for instance, has done, and then they will go to the prosecutor and say, I have all of this wonderful information about my cellmate, and I'm willing to testify and help you to convict him. And in exchange, if there's an agreement eventually, there is a motion made to the court for some sort of benefit, which usually involves some sort of sentencing reduction. Now, as you can imagine, these witnesses are inherently incredible. That is to say, they have a lot of baggage. They have an incentive to make up stories. They are probably incarcerated for serious problems that they've had, suggesting perhaps that they're not the most trustworthy person in the world. So the justice system appropriately treats them accordingly. In fact, there's a jury instruction in Kansas which is given whenever a jailhouse witness is used. And it says, and I'm quoting here, "You should consider with caution the testimony of an informant who, in exchange for benefits from the state, acts as an agent for the state in obtaining evidence against a defendant if that testimony is not supported by other evidence." So the judicial system necessarily treats these witnesses with caution, as it should. And essentially what this bill does is it does the same thing. It takes steps to ensure that when these witnesses are used, that the defense has all the information they need to defend the case, and that, God forbid, we don't end up convicting innocent people. And although that doesn't happen a lot, there have been instances in Kansas and other states over the years where using these kind of witnesses has resulted in convictions of innocent people. The other problem that arises in these instances is even if the witness is testifying against somebody that is actually guilty, it could be that this witness has such baggage that bringing the case, and the prosecutor brings the case, and then there's a not guilty verdict, and judicial resources are wasted, and the defendant has to spend a lot of money, and it's not a good idea if these people are not well vetted before you decide to use them. And in fact, that's what this bill intends to do. I'm a former prosecutor. I've also been involved in defending individuals on a pro bono basis, but most of my experience is as a prosecutor. And I will tell you from my perspective, this is a bill that helps prosecutors. How does it do that? It ensures that the witnesses that they're using, that they know all of the information about this witness in terms of if this witness has previously been a witness in another case or has gone to a prosecutor and offered his services and the prosecutor agreed to use him. And there are two ways in which I think this actually helps prosecutors as well as defense counsel. There are two provisions in the bill. The first is it sets forth the information that the prosecutor needs to turn over to defendants in the case that they're using these witnesses. And the list is pretty straightforward. The one is the criminal history of the jailhouse witness. The second, the jailhouse witness's cooperation agreement and any benefit that has been requested or provided or will be provided in the future to the jailhouse witness, and so forth and so on. The second provision is a database, and what's that about? Currently, if a witness comes to a prosecutor and says, I have good information you can use, the prosecutor listens, the prosecutor does whatever investigation they can about the background of the witness, but really there's no way for that prosecutor to know whether this witness has been used 10 different times in 10 other instances in the state of Kansas. The only possibility is if they were used within their office, or perhaps, they know a prosecutor in their call. So there's no central database for a prosecutor to determine what this witness has been doing in the past. The database essentially would require that prosecutors who enter into agreements for cooperation with these witnesses simply put that information into the database so that in subsequent instances, a prosecutor who's considering using this witness will go into the database, will see that prosecutor X in county Y has used this witness and can call him up and ask, was the witness useful? Was the witness beneficial? Was the witness credible? And can find out before he determines whether to sign up, before he decides.
Body, let's give the representative the courtesy he needs. He's got a soft voice today, and I'm hard on hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. So he can decide, the prosecutor can decide before he decides to enter into an agreement with the witness whether or not it makes sense to do that, whether the witness is going to be credible, and he can make a better determination, quite frankly, of whether or not this witness's statement to him is going to be credible in court. So the database is set up that way. I would state that the KBI is going to have the database. The KBI already has a database for information that they keep. It's provided for under the law. And let me see if I can, it's Kansas Statute 4705. It's called the Criminal Justice Information System Central Repository. So the database is already, or the computer system for keeping information about criminal prosecutions is already established. And the information that would be fed into this is basically the same sort of information. It would just pertain to these witnesses. Let me see. I'd also point out that there really aren't a lot of these instances. In committee, we asked the Sedgwick County prosecutor how many snitches, they're also known pejoratively, how many of these witnesses they had in the last year, and there were 2. So I don't think this is going to be an overwhelming burden for most counties to enter information about these snitches. There were amendments, as I said, in committee, which were designed to come some distance to objections that we had received from prosecutors. Other objections I want to address real quickly that have come from the opponents. They first argue that the database would not be secure. And I think there's several answers to that. First of all, this proves way too much. You know, we have the risk of hacks and database breaches every day in our lives. If we were not to take any action simply because there might be a breach of data that's stored in a computer, we would not function as a society as we do now, because we rely on that stuff every day. Secondly, the KBI in committee and subsequently has assured us that their database, their system is very, very secure, and they take that job very seriously, as they should. So that's the answer. And I would just say that this information is not qualitatively any different from the other information that they're already storing in the database that they have. Another objection is that it would burden county attorneys in less populous counties. As I said, this doesn't come up that often, and I don't think it's that much of a burden if you actually come into an agreement with a witness along these lines, that you simply make a note of that and put it into the database so subsequent prosecutors who are using the same witness can get that information. Opponents say that this is really a problem of bad character. In other words, the problem of the prosecutors not turning over all the information they have about these witnesses is a problem of having a bad prosecutor. Good prosecutors, of course, do so. I disagree with that. I think the database would deter the bad prosecutor. In one case we heard about, the bad prosecutor had learned some information about the witness from another prosecutor on a phone call, I believe, but didn't turn that information over to the defendant, and he ended up prosecuting an innocent man. But if there had been a database, it would have, I think, significantly deterred that bad actor prosecutor from going forward, because he would have known that his failure to turn over necessary information was much more likely to be found out. Opponents have also said that the database would deter witnesses from coming over because they would know that this information, which is going to be only available to the prosecutors, by the way, it's not going to be publicly available, but that's knowing of this database would somehow deter them from coming forward. I don't think that's a cogent argument, because put yourself in the place of a snitch, one of these witnesses. When you come forward, you're telling the prosecutor, I'm willing to testify in a public trial against this witness. Therefore, I don't think that the idea that this information of your testimony is going to be shared among all the prosecutors in the state is going to deter you from coming forward. You've already made that decision that you are willing to go public with the information about the others. I do want to make a note about the fiscal note. As I said, this was a 2023 bill, and in that fiscal note, it said that in the first year to set up things, it would cost about $182,000. We had a fiscal note in February 4th of this year that said it would cost $185,000, and then just today, the KBI put out information that they now think it's going to cost $1.5 million. And I'll just leave it to you to draw your own conclusions. And with that, I do have two amendments.
Have an amendment. The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
On page 2 in line 39, by striking at in line 40 after or by inserting with, also in line 40 by striking all before during and inserting has entered into an agreement providing for such person's possible testimony.
Representative Lewis, do you care to explain the amendment?
Yes, so this amendment concerns the definition of a jailhouse witness. In the current bill as amended by the committee, it says that a jailhouse witness, it means a person who provides testimony that provides testimony or whom the prosecutor at some point intended to call as a witness during a criminal prosecution regarding statements made by a suspect or defendant while both the witness and the suspect or defendant were incarcerated. So the issue that this amendment addresses is the provision that says someone whom the prosecutor at some point intended to call as a witness. Speaking with the opponents and others, it was thought that that's too subjective when someone intends to do something. And so in order to make that more concrete, more objective, to essentially narrow the scope of the definition, the amendment simply says that it's a person who provides testimony or with whom the prosecutor has agreed might provide testimony going forward. So it's essentially somewhat less or a more restrictive definition of the jailhouse witness.
Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the carrier of the amendment coming to me and reviewing it. It looks fine to me. I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. I do want to address the bill on its merits at the appropriate time, but for right now, I just want to express my appreciation to the carrier of the bill and the carrier of the amendment, who is one and the same. He's done a lot of work to make this bill a good, workable bill, and we've worked together in a bipartisan way to get to where we're at. And I just want you all to know I appreciate his efforts, particularly with respect to this amendment. And here in a few moments, I'll probably address the bill on its merits. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Lewis, you may close.
I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Lewis to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a second amendment.
The amendment appears lengthy.
Mr. Chair, it appears lengthy. It's very simple. It may make sense for me to explain it.
Please explain.
Yes. So, and this was brought to my attention, and I think the representative from Hutchinson. The bill provides that the database information would not be subject to open records requests. And as currently, the bill says, the provision regarding confidentiality shall expire on July 1, 2029, unless the legislature reviews and acts to continue such provision pursuant to law. I checked with the revisers, and he said that this was standard, that open records exemptions typically, as a presumptive matter, need to be reviewed ever so often and re-upped. Well, I just thought that this was, that this left open the possibility that this database information would be subject to open records and requests. And so the amendment essentially says that it's not and will not be open to open records requests unless, of course, the legislature affirmatively decides to do so later on. So that's what the amendment does. It's just it's an effort once again to secure the confidentiality of the database that we're setting up.
Anyone wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. They carry the amendment as well. I appreciate that he brought it to me. Yeah, this is an exception to the open records. And I feel that it's extremely necessary. So I'm in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, Representative Lewis, you may close.
I close. Back on the bill then, right?
Heard the motion by Representative Lewis.
And I move my motion.
You've heard the motion by Representative Lewis to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes.
Back on the bill?
On the bill.
Okay. One other objection that I wanted to address, quite frank, well, it's been a moving target, I must say, with respect to opponents, so I'm not sure I'm going to catch all of their objections, but this is another one. They say, well, let's say that a prosecutor in Garden City wants to use a witness, and that witness was used in the southeastern part of the state, but the prosecutor in that part of the state negligently did not put information about that witness into the system. And therefore, the conviction, if you get one, would be subject to collateral attack. And that's true. But I think it's only fair that we require prosecutors to do what they're supposed to do, to ensure that justice is done, to ensure that defendants have the information they need. And I'd also say that if that happens, it's going to happen once. Can you imagine the opprobrium that would be brought to bear on that negligent prosecutor? And I can assure you at that point that the prosecutors at large would take steps to ensure that that didn't happen again, either by that prosecutor or by others. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Anyone's desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the carrier of the bill and the amendments did a fantastic job outlining everything with regards to it, as well as the potential critiques of, from the opponents. I mean, yes, if you look at the opponents of the bill, it comes from a number of prosecutors. And if you look at the proponents of the bill, it comes from a number of defense attorneys, and it comes from say, the Midwest Innocence Projects and from BIDS. This has been, this has been a bill that's been a long time in coming, and I think it's the third time I've seen it come through. It didn't make it through Senate Judiciary or last year. It died in the Senate. But I think we're going to be able to make it go through this year. I would say, I agree with everything that the carrier of the bill said, with one exception, which is that I don't think that jailhouse witnesses are necessarily bad people. I mean, I know that's not exactly what he said, but it was, there are potential reasons why you would come forward. And it may be for the Institute of Justice. It may be because you do want a deal. It may be because you feel that there's just something that is wrong that has happened and you need to step forward and try to make it right for somebody else. That is part of the point of jailhouse witness. But this bill helps to equalize things. It helps to equalize the defense, and it helps to equalize the prosecution. The defense gets the knowledge of who these jailhouse witnesses are and and the information of what the prosecutors are trying to bring forward, which should be something part of normal discovery. And the prosecution, as the carrier of the bill said, gets information too. This database that they have access to will give them knowledge of whether another individual has come forward one time before, 10 times before, 100 times before. It gives them the knowledge so that before they make a mistake at trial, coming forward with a witness that doesn't have credibility, they can go, oh, this person has been used before. I need to do a little bit more research. I need to do a little bit more due diligence. And maybe I don't need to call them as a witness. It's going to help, as I said, the prosecution and the defense combined, which is good for justice. So I'm happy to support this bill, and thank you very much.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the remarks of my two colleagues from the House Judiciary Committee. None of us wants to convict an innocent man or woman. All of us want to apprehend, convict, and punish the guilty. But one of the most frequent reasons that wrongful convictions occur is because of perjured, forged, and false testimony by jailhouse witnesses. And part of the problem is that a prosecutor may offer someone as a jailhouse witness, otherwise known as the snitch, to testify against someone, not even knowing that they've obtained special consideration in the past, that in fact they're a chronic liar, that they are a habitual snitch. There might be a few prosecutors who don't want to go through life covering their eyes, not listening to their ears, and say, as Sergeant Schultz used to say, I know nothing. But when we're talking about the liberty of people who are not only presumed innocent, but some in fact are innocent, we need better protections to protect you or me or our family who may find ourselves through bad coincidence being the victim of a liar known as a jailhouse snitch. And so this is something that is long overdue. And as my colleagues have said, this should be a good database for the prosecutor too, because the last thing you want to do is put somebody on the stand who's a jailhouse snitch and only then find out that this person is a chronic liar, because then it taints your good evidence from other witnesses, and juries may well let the guilty go free in that circumstance. So I really hope that folks will say this is good for everybody involved in the criminal justice system. It's long overdue. It's something that we've worked together on, Republicans and Democrats alike on this committee, as we worked together in some prior sessions as well. So I hope you will join me in voting aye on HB 2131. Thank you for hearing my words. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this amendment, or this legislation.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Wagoner.
Yes, thank you, colleagues, for the time here. Again, I very much appreciate the bringer of the bill, also our House Judiciary Committee. But I do think it's very worthy to note, this bill was opposed. It wasn't just random district attorneys, though it was. Johnson County, Sedgwick County, Shawnee County, Finney County, all came out against it. Your Kansas County and District Attorneys Association all came out against it. Your Kansas Chiefs of Police, the Sheriff's Association, the Attorney General's Office, and the KBI Director, Mr. Mativi. That prosecutors have an inherent need also. I mean, they are not pushing, when you have a bad witness, they don't want to prosecute a case where they have a bad witness. They have a vested interest also in ensuring the reliability of a witness. If they have somebody who they think at the end of the day is going to fall flat, they're not going to invest the time and such in the persecution when they have such a witness. I mean, arguably it's the case. I think part of the point also is that a lot of what's in the bill is duplicative of current law in KSA 2232-112. The example was brought to me about the database. If on the federal level, if confidential informants were all going to be entered in some federal database, even though it is supposedly secure, how many people would be confidential informants? You know, if you knew your name was going to be listed in some database, it was accessible to other, federal prosecutors and such. There's always concern about false witnesses and it leading to a prosecution or a conviction that was in fact in error. At the same point, you should also be concerned as far as witnesses who have reliable knowledge being deterred from testifying because of the fear of that, oh, now they're going to be on some database, that somehow they would be compromised and be in a worse situation down the road. And final, I do want to point out, the basic cost of this. It is basically an unfunded mandate to your counties. It's $185,000 in the initial fiscal note, though, again, the KBI has just came out with a revised fiscal note, which basically quadruples that. Again, this bill has been heard on the Senate side. I'm not sure how receptive they were to it. My impression is not very, but I really would ask people to really consider this. Look at the information that you've received from the opponent's testimony, that these are not spurious people with spurious objections, but I think they have very legitimate objections. And with that, I would urge you to vote no.
There is no further discussion. Representative Lewis, you may close.
Just two points on that. As far as the deterrence effect that the database is going to have on people coming forward, once again, this database is only available to the prosecutors. And secondly, you're already making a determination as a witness to come forward and publicly state your testimony. So I reject that argument. The speaker just said that, well, good prosecutors want to make sure that they're bringing good cases and they'll take care of it. And my point is, yeah, they will. But I would think, therefore, they would welcome the idea that they can, in one central place, find out valuable information about these witnesses that are coming to them. So from the beginning, I have seen this as a bill that helps promote justice generally, because it helps both the prosecutors and the defendants and the justice system ensure that good cases are being brought and that only the guilty are found guilty. So with that, I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Lewis to report House Bill 2131 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item in business is House Bill 2294. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2294, The chair recognizes Representative Williams to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Sub for House Bill 2294 is a comprehensive piece of legislation aimed at enhancing the quality, accessibility, and safety of child care services in our great state of Kansas. It addresses several critical areas within the child care sector and ensuring that we provide the best possible environment for our youngest citizens. The bill eliminates license fees and training requirements for daycare facilities, child care homes, and child care centers. This reduction aims to alleviate financial burdens on providers while maintaining high standard of care. House Bill 2294 also introduces a process for child care facility licensees to apply for temporary waivers of certain statutory requirements. This flexibility allows for providers to adapt to unique circumstances without compromising safety and quality. The bill also authorizes the office to develop and operate a pilot program designed to increase the availability and capacity of child care facilities. These innovative programs will help address the growing demand for child care services across the state. This also established the Kansas Office of Early Childhood, which this bill establishing that office, it does not grow government. It allows for government efficiency and streamlining processes for child care owners. The Office of Early Childhood will oversee the administration of daycare licensing and additional child care programs, assuring more streamlined and efficient approach to early child care and education. House Bill 2294 represents a comprehensive and thoughtful approach to improving child care in Kansas and addresses the needs of families, supports child care providers, and prioritizes the safety and well-being of our children. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The history of this bill development is a long time coming. It comes from many years of work. It certainly has had a little bit of a fraught history this session. As you recall, we had it on the floor. It got sent back to committee, and a massive global amendment was introduced that basically rewrote the bill. There are many here who support the bill, and there are some who don't. I urge you all to make sure you are reading your emails and understanding the way that all of the various stakeholders feel. This is also a very important bill to our friends on the second floor. Vote your conscience. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Williams, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I first ran for office in 2020, I had a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and when I looked at childcare, it was too expensive and I had to work from home. Trying to balance having childcare and paying for a mortgage, and also then on top of that paying for childcare costs, it was an issue that became a huge priority for me when I entered the legislature for the first time in 2022. My kids are now 9 and almost 7, and I can't believe that we're now starting on a way to streamline childcare to open up more slots in our state and focusing on our next little Kansans who will be sitting in the same seats you all are today. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move when the body rises and reports, it reports House Sub for House Bill 2294 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Williams to report House Bill 2294 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is SB 237. For the purpose of carrying SB 237, the chair recognizes Representative Humphreys to adopt the committee report. We're waiting. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. There were no amendments in committee. I bring you Senate Bill 237, which would require the court to consider the value of a qualified retirement account in determination of child support orders. This came from the Senate Judiciary Committee over to the House Judiciary Committee. For the purposes of the bill, a qualified retirement plan account is one that is qualified under certain subsections of the Federal Internal Revenue Code of 1986. What actually this bill is about is, in certain circumstances, the court may consider those retirement accounts when they're determining what the amount of child support should be. And the bill allows the courts to consider that and order the use of those if the person has experienced a loss of income or termination from employment due to loss, revocation, suspension, or surrender of their professional license, or due to professional misconduct, or due to voluntary unemployment. The bill requires the court to order the arrearage would be paid if there's an arrearage from that. And I'll stand for questions. I will let you know that DCF is the agency that administers DCF is the agency that administers child support, and they are heavily under federal regulations with this. So we have to make sure that we comply with the federal regulations. And with that, I do believe that we're going to have an amendment. And so I will let my ranking speak to that. So, and answer any questions anyone else might have.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Surprise, surprise, I have an amendment.
Amendment appears short. Care to explain, or the clerk will read?
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The amendment itself basically just strikes section 2 of the bill. So there are 2 different sections that are applicable as the bill currently stands. It's about child support payment. One of them is the creation of new child support payment starting from whole cloth. The other one is renegotiating child support payment. And that's the second part is the one that we are trying to strike with the amendment. We had a conversation, the chair and I, with a representative from DCF last night saying that section 2, as it is currently drafted, is out of federal compliance. Basically that, they basically said that there's a prohibition on modifying underemployment or termination, and federal guidelines require us to allow judges to take underemployment into consideration or make amends on child support payment if they find it just. So that's federal guidelines. We can cite these specific federal regulations, but that's what the amendment is basically trying to do. So I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Does any members desire to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, body, this is a friendly amendment. This is to make sure we're in compliance with the federal regulations so that we are able to receive all the federal funds that we're due. The federal funds say we may consider these things that I read to you. The bill says they don't want these things considered, but the court may consider these things. That's what we're trying to get it back to, and that's what the amendment is about, and it's a friendly amendment.
There is no further discussion. Representative Osmond, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Osmond to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. We're back on the bill. Oh, Representative Osmond.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The underlying bill was fine. I'm grateful for DCF for flagging this issue, but I support the bill as it now currently stands. Thank you very much.
There's no further discussion. Representative Humphries, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 237 favorably as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Humphries to report Senate Bill 237 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next up is Senate Bill 51. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 51, the chair recognizes Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, and I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 51 is a data center incentive. It is providing a sales tax exemption for the construction and remodeling of a qualified data center in Kansas. Qualifying data center is a investment project of at least $250 million or more. There are tiered benefits to the sales tax exemption. For a $250 million investment, you have a 10-year sales tax exemption. That was changed from the Senate version, which was 15 years. For a $500 million investment or project is a 20-year exemption. That was changed from 30 years in the Senate bill. And for a project of $1 billion or more, it is a 40-year tax exemption, which was reduced from 60 years as it came over from the Senate. Qualifying data center, the tax exemptions include land or site improvements, buildings, modular data centers, the equipment, the computers and the servers that go into the building, any lease payments or engineering and design for the projects. The only changes that we made to the bill in committee were to adjust the years down in the tiered project levels for the sales tax exemption. There's also a requirement that there be at least 20 new jobs that are maintained within the 2 calendar years after the project opens and begins operation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I think the underlying bill does have some credence, I believe there are a couple of technical changes we need to make, so therefore I make a motion to refer this back to the tax committee.
This is a debatable motion. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the motion. I encourage you to vote to send it back to committee. The tax committee is an exempt committee, and we can do whatever we need to do.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none. Representative close. Oh.
Speak to the bill.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Helgerson. The motion.
You want to explain what this is, the technical things are? No? Yeah, would you stand for a question?
Thank you for that question. I believe that's for the tax committee to figure out.
You know, this really raises some concerns. We have, what was it, $250 million cap or something like that? And we don't even know what the technical problems are with the bill. And we're debating whether or not to give these kind of tax credits. You know, there is controversy already with the bill. I understand you're sending it back to committee, but the question should be, what are the problems? That's a simple question. Some of us have concerns about the water. Some of us have concerns about the electricity. If there are other concerns, let us know ahead of time. If you're sending back to committee, tax committee, hopefully I'll have a chance to deal with it, but it's appropriate to find out what the problems are.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Hoheisel, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that is the role of the tax committee to take another look at it and have those discussions. So that's why we're making a motion to send it back to committee. I believe some people in our caucus are worried about the fiscal note. There's been the environmental things brought up as well. Probably the same discussions, Representative, that you had in your caucus or calendar or agenda, whatever you guys call it on your side. So that's why agenda. Thank you. Although I find it, I do want to highlight the fact that the minority or the ranking on tax came up and agreed with my motion. That's the first this year. I'm a little worried about it. But with that, Mr. Chair, I close and move my motion.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hoheisel to refer Senate Bill 51 to the Taxation Committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is Senate Bill 197. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 197, the chair recognizes Representative Croft.
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that Senate Bill 197, appearing under the order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion by Representative Croft. All those signify by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 137. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 137, the chair recognizes Representative Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no amendments. This bill, Senate Bill 137, comes from Federal and State Affairs Committee. It authorizes the sale or transfer of forfeited firearms to a properly trained federal firearms dealer. The provision that's in this bill is already in the Chapter 22 of Criminal Procedure Law, and this bill would align things to be consistent with that, a consistent policy. Last year, the House and the Senate worked very diligently on, you may remember, there was a civil asset forfeiture reform project, and it ultimately passed the House unanimously, passed the Senate unanimously, and was signed into law by the governor. This bill would correct, I would say, something that was absently not included in the bill last year. It was somewhat of an oversight, and that is that in the civil asset forfeiture code, firearms that are seized cannot be sold to a firearms dealer that's a federally licensed firearms dealer, while criminal side of things, they can be sold. So basically what this means is right now when, let's say, law enforcement seizes firearms, there's a drug bust or something else, they're limited to how they can dispose of those firearms. They can either use those firearms in their own agency, they can trade them to another agency, they can have them destroyed. This will bring the civil law in alignment with criminal code, which will allow them to also sell them to federally licensed firearm dealers. The fiscal note actually for this could be more on the positive side because there will be some money generated for law enforcement agencies as they would sell or transfer firearms to the federally licensed dealers. So there's no negative fiscal effect known. There were no amendments in committee. There were proponents, which included the Kansas Rifle Association, and Senator Stephen Owens was a proponent, as well as a written testimony by Mr. Ed Klump with the Sheriffs and Police Officers Association. I believe that's it. I would be happy to stand for questions. Thank you.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really enjoyed the conversation we had about this in committee. There was a few questions about the potential for incentivizing or increasing the amount of firearms or other things seized. And those concerns were put to rest because of the wonderful work that was done last year to kind of reform and overhaul the civil asset forfeiture issues. So it's a good bill. Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill stand for a question or two?
Yes, sir.
How you doing? So my understanding is that one of the options we're talking about here is to sell or transfer seized weapons under the Forfeiture Act to a federal firearms dealer here in the state of Kansas. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How are they going to determine who that's going to be?
It can be any properly licensed federal firearms dealer. They can be, there are different levels of licensure for firearms, federal licensure of firearms, including dealers, manufacturers, ammunition manufacturers, et cetera. But any of those, as I understand, as long as they have passed the requirements of federal licensure, can participate.
Okay, but are they going to do it within their own jurisdiction, or is it going to be opened up sort of like Kansas surplus property where anybody can come in and bid on it? How exactly is that going to be done?
Thank you, Representative. I believe it's mostly at the discretion of the law enforcement agency who they will transfer or sell the firearms to. As long as they are federally licensed and meet all the requirements, there's no other stipulation that I know of. Thank you.
Okay, one more quick question.
Yeah.
These weapons that are going to be seized and forfeited, are those used during the commission of a violent felonies?
I think that would be a good assumption. There may be some exceptions. Well, well, let me take that back. I could foresee some of the weapons were not seized during a violent felony. It's possible, yes.
Okay, so are you saying then that those are transferred to like the KBI and that they either hold them or they destroy them at their discretion?
Yes, thank you for the question. Right now, they have the option, the law enforcement agency has the option of destroying the weapons. They can transfer them to the KBI for use in ballistic testings and so forth. They can use them in their own law enforcement agency, or they can transfer to another law enforcement agency. This just gives another option that would bring it into a line with criminal code, which would be to sell them to or transfer them to a federally licensed firearm dealer.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill stand for a question?
Yes, sir.
The bill states sale or transfer, and the previous representative kind of touched on this. Do we have a mechanism that's identified as to how that sale or transfer takes place? In other words, does this allow for those confiscated weapons to simply be transferred, as you stated, to someone within the department that is a licensed FFL carrier?
Thank you, Representative. I believe my understanding of the bill is they can be sold or transferred to anyone with a properly licensed, or who is properly licensed for federal firearms.
Thank you. Buddy, that would be the only part of this that that I wouldn't appreciate. To me, that just, leads towards an additional concerted effort to confiscate during forfeiture of those weapons. If all I had to do is go in and confiscate weapons and then transfer them, it's not even a sale. It doesn't have to be a sale. It can be a transfer. I could simply come back because we're all members of the House of Representatives. If this was us, I could simply transfer those weapons to you. To me, it just seems like a material grab, and during the off session, I was a part of that asset forfeiture subcommittee that worked to alleviate something just like this. And in my opinion, this is just another backdoor way that's even better because it keeps that property in the hands of law enforcement and friends. And not that I have an issue with law enforcement, but at a minimum, we should have something that dictates that there should be a public sale or at least a public notice and allow people to sign up. If all we're going to do is take forfeited weapons and simply transfer the ownership to any licensed FFL person, I just don't see how that I don't see how that works out fair to the citizens of the state. And for that reason, I won't be in support of this bill, and I would ask that you do the same.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill fundamentally goes against the values of my community. We do not want any more weapons on the streets that have belonged to criminals, and we certainly do not want to make the state complicit in the gun trade business. So I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short or long? And the clerk will read. Okay, appears to be slightly length. Representative, care to explain? Care to explain, please? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. What my amendment does is guts this bill and replaces it with allowing municipalities to make their own decisions about the sale of weapons. I know local control is really important to this body, and we didn't have a chance to hear this bill in local government because it got moved to another committee who I'm sure was too busy to address an important issue like gun violence.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's is there an objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Yes. Clerk will read.
On page 1, by striking all in lines 8 through 36, by striking all on pages 2 through 4. On page 5, by striking all in lines 1 through 20. Also on page 5, following line 20, by inserting section 1 KSA 12-16-124. Is hereby amended to read as follows: 12-16, 124. A, no city or county shall adopt or enforce any ordinance, resolution, or regulation, and no agent of any city or county shall take any administrative action governing the requirement of fees, licenses, or permits for the commerce in or the sale, purchase, transfer, ownership, storage, carrying, transporting, or taxation of firearms or ammunition, or any component or combination thereof. B, any ordinance, resolution, or regulation prohibited by subsection A that was adopted prior to July 1, 2015 shall be null and void. C, nothing in this section shall, 1, prohibit a city or county from adopting and enforcing any ordinance, resolution, or regulation relating to the personnel policies of such city or county and the carrying of firearms by employees of such city or county, except that any such ordinance, resolution, or regulation shall comply with the provisions of KSA 75-7 C01 et sec and amendments thereto. 2, prohibit a city or county from adopting any ordinance, resolution, or regulation pursuant to KSA 75-7 C20 and amendments thereto. 3, prohibit a law enforcement officer as defined in KSA 22-2202 and amendments thereto from acting within the scope of such officer's duties. 4, prohibit a city or county from levying and collecting any retailer sales tax on the sale of firearms, ammunition, or any component or combination thereof as authorized by KSA 12-189 and amendments thereto. Or prohibit a city or county from adopting and enforcing any ordinance, resolution, or regulation relating to the sale or purchase of firearms or ammunition or any component or combination thereof within any building owned by such city or county. Also on page 5 in line 21, by striking 2024 sub 60-4117 and inserting 12-16-124. On page 1 in the title in line 1, by striking all after concerning, by striking all in line 2, in line 3, by striking all before the semicolon and inserting firearms relating to municipal regulation thereof, authorizing cities and counties to regulate the sale and purchase of firearms and ammunition within a building owned by such city or county, in line 4, by striking 2024 sub 60-4117 and inserting 12-16-124.
Representative Bryce?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Representative. I don't completely understand how your amendment changes the underlying bill. Would you again just explain briefly about that?
Sure. What it does is removes the underlying bill, much like the tax bill we just saw, and replaces it with allowing municipalities to make their own decisions about selling weapons on their own property.
Would you call that a gun and go?
I'll give you that one.
I believe this amendment does not represent the spirit of what we're trying to do with this underlying bill, so I will ask the body to vote the amendment down. Thank you very much.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Representative Featherston, you may close.
I will have to respectfully disagree. The bill is about municipalities selling weapons, and my amendment is about municipalities selling weapons. So I would urge a yes vote, and then we'll talk about voting yes for the whole bill later.
You've heard.
I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Featherston to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. Motion fails. Division has been called. Clerk will open the rolls. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Seeing 15 hands, close it. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none. 32 having voted in favor, 69 having voted nay, the motion fails. Clerk will record the vote. Representative Featherston, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll just have to work on local control at another time. With that, it is a priority of my city of Overland Park, my constituents, that we not increase the number of dangerous weapons on the street. So I would urge a no vote. I would certainly not want to make the state, my city, or any other government complicit to the gun violence epidemic that exists in this country.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Bryce, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just briefly point out that this bill has passed the Senate 39-1. It's a good bill. It gives all the options needed for local law enforcement to do the most appropriate thing with confiscated weapons. There was also a brief question by the representative earlier about weapons used in violent crimes. I just wanted to point out that weapons used in violent crimes are held for a long time as the judicial system goes through, so they're not immediately or at any future, in the near future, even put on the market for dealers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 137 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Bryce to report Senate Bill 137 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 44. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 44, the chair recognizes Representative Schmoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments. We have Senate Bill 44 today, which is to expand the Promise Scholarship Act. The important parts of this are that the institution has to be main campus or principal place of operation here in Kansas. It offers the Promise eligible program. It is recognized by the State Board of Regents, is accredited by a nationally recognized accrediting agency, and is eligible to receive the funding. With that, I suppose the other part is that we are raising the limit on that from 10 million to 15 million. And with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
As on page 3 in line 30 by striking statute book and inserting Kansas Register.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Representative Schmoy.
This amendment is just moving the date to give the institutions more time to adapt to the change. And with that, I'm willing to stand for questions.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Schmoy, you may close.
Are we still on the amendment? Okay. All right, with that, I close the amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Schmoy to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We're back on the bill.
All right, with that, I stand for questions.
Speak to the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First thing I want to talk about is the Kansas Promise Scholarship Program is an outstanding program. It helps us keep our students here in Kansas. It allows a lot of them to attend college and get the training they needed, and then they have to perform a certain amount of time in Kansas to basically pay back that scholarship money. When we decided in the committee to expand the number of institutions that these students could apply for, I was totally in favor of that, except for for-profit institutions. Those institutions can usually charge far more than what our colleges, community colleges, and so on can charge students. One reform that was recommended by the U.S. Department of Education was actually implemented was to require every financial aid eligible institution to have a working net price financial aid calculator on their website. That's so that kids and their parents could estimate and see how much these for-profit organizations would be charging them for the services that they would provide those students. Unfortunately, under the present administration, that service or that financial requirement was eliminated. That was under the Department of Education, part of the Department of Education, where half the employees have already been fired. And earlier this afternoon, the present administration said they plan to basically wreck the rest of the Department of Education, not getting rid of it technically, but replacing or getting rid of so many employees, it would basically destroy the institution, including...
Representative, speak to the bill, please.
I am speaking to the bill, sir.
Thank you.
This is part of it. As I say, the financial aid calculator is required on the website of those for-profit institutions. I checked on one of those institutions already this afternoon, and the financial aid calculator that is supposed to be there has been eliminated already. So they have no way of finding, by going to that website, how much that's going to cost that family or that student to send that student through that program. If all it was doing was just expanding the number of colleges, junior colleges, and so on for this program, I would support it 100%. But as long as these for-profit institutions are on the bill, I can't support it. I don't think it's fair to the students that they can't get an accurate accounting of how much this is going to cost them to go through those kinds of programs. And if we could eliminate that, I'd support this 100%. But as of right now, with that being undone, I can't support it. I'm going to vote no. And I hope if you have the interest of our students and so on and this program in your best interest, you'll vote no on this too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was really excited when this bill came forth because the Promise Scholarship is a big benefit to so many students in Kansas and especially to Johnson County Community College, which is in the center of my district. However, it has come to my attention that the funds, the expansion of funds, have not been allocated. And in this time of austerity, I don't believe there will be an expansion of allocation of funds. So this bill would actually detract from our existing community colleges and technical schools and others that are currently benefiting from the Promise Scholarship. And I feel like that's the exact opposite of what the bill was supposed to be doing.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Mosley.
Would the carrier of the bill please stand for a question? Hi, thank you very much. This bill includes for-profit colleges? Yes, yes, that does. So when I worked at the VFW national headquarters, the GI Bill accepted for-profit colleges and then they got shut down. Is there anything in this bill that would protect someone if they went to a for-profit college that shut down?
Let me ask, let me make sure.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so if I'm understanding your question correctly,
Yes.
it is that if the college were to shut down, is that protected?
Yes.
Okay, the bill itself does not speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think anytime any student goes to a college, it's a benefit to that college. Could I ask you a real quick question, if I could? Forgive my ignorance, but I've never heard of a for-profit college. What are the for-profit colleges?
That's referring to the private colleges
Just
and
the-
like the trade schools and things like that that we're talking about in the bill.
Yeah. Okay, the private colleges, I think they do everything they can just to stay afloat, so I don't think they make a whole lot of profit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill answer a question? I'm reading here that it would expand the number of institutions eligible for this. Can you tell me how many additional institutions would be qualifying for this money?
We don't have a number on that.
Okay, thank you. You know, I always get a little squeamish when we put public dollars into for-profit institutions, and if we can't even explain how many more institutions we're adding to this, like the previous representative said, this is really taken away from a finite pool of money, and we invest this money into our residents and our institutions that are state institutions. So as written, I don't think I can support this bill, but I am a huge fan of this Kansas Promise Scholarship Program, as long as we use it for Kansas public institutions. Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the supplemental note for this bill, it does outline that it would expand to 2 new institutions. If the bill is enacted, the board indicates the Heartland Welding Academy and Wichita Technical Institute would qualify for the scholarship, and additional institutions may qualify in the future. It says that this would apply to the 2 new institutions, but also the 32 schools that receive funding in fiscal 2024. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Stogsdill for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to clear something up. Private college is different than a for-profit institution. If this was just for private colleges and junior college or community colleges and so on, that would be fine. But we have one of those institutions, which was mentioned in the Heartland Welding Academy. That was a for-profit institution. Their tuitions were way above what the private colleges, the community colleges and so on would charge. And that is the website where I looked, and they took off the financial aid calculator just in the last few days. So it's a difference between a private college and a for-profit institution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Susan Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the bill.
Hi.
Would students under this Promise Scholarship attending a community college, would they have priority? Or is there a prioritization done? Or is it, here's the bucket of money, first come, first serve?
Let me double check that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure to have accurate information for you. Basically, it is up to the selection committee, and so it could be under the selection committee, first come, first serve.
And that selection committee currently exists?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes, with the Promise Act as it is now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Representative Schmoy.
Actually, I would like to correct that. It did come to my attention that it is first come, first serve.
Does any other member desire to speak to the bill? There's no further discussion. Representative Schmoy, you may close.
All right, body. I appreciate all of the discussion on this. I think that this is an incredibly important topic that we take up when we're talking about getting more Kansas students educated and then keeping them employed here in Kansas. I do want to draw your attention to page 2 of the bill itself, lines 29 through 31. It says, shall not exceed the average cost of tuition, required fees, and the cost of books and required materials for such promise-eligible program when offered by an eligible public post-secondary educational institution. So all of the discussion on it being too much and it costing too much, it can't exceed. So that's put to rest. Other than that, this is a great opportunity for our students here in Kansas to engage in an expansion of trade schools because we are desperately needing trade workers. We are retiring trade workers at an alarming rate, and we need to fill those positions. It is in the best interest of Kansas and Kansans to fill those with Kansas students who will continue to work here. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports SB 44 favorably as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Schmoy to report Senate Bill 44 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 54. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 54, the chair recognizes Representative Goddard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present Senate Bill 54. There was a committee amendment, and I move the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The subject of this bill has been floating around these chambers and the chambers across the dome for several years now. And the subject is, in the Senate bill, it addresses the regulation of third-party litigation funding in civil procedures. It limits the discovery and disclosure of third-party litigation funding agreements. Additionally, it amends Kansas statute to include provisions for the discovery, scope, limits, and methods, including specific rules for third-party litigation funding agreements. Don't anticipate any floor amendments. The bill passed the Senate 39-1. There were numerous proponents for the bill, including the Kansas Chamber of Commerce, the Kansas Grain and Feed Association, Kansas Agribusiness Retailers Association, and the Kansas Association of Defense Counsel, and many others. The opponents for the bill presented written-only testimony, and they were the Kansas Trial Lawyers Association and the Kansas Bar Association. When we heard this bill in the Judiciary Committee, the opponents and the proponents were going head-to-head. We just really couldn't get them to agree on anything. So over time, they had met and have arrived at a more harmonious outcome to the differences they had. And what it really boiled down to was that they were concerned about the bill's language that reflected a compromise agreement between opponents and requested the removal of a specific reporting requirement for the Judicial Council, and proponents emphasized the importance of transparency in the litigation funding to ensure fairness in the judicial system. The committee amendment that went on the bill took out all of the Judicial Council reporting and oversight on pages 3 and 4 of the bill to address the opponent's concerns. The fiscal impact, the fiscal effect cannot be determined until a judicial branch has had an opportunity to operate under the provisions of the bill. And in the supplemental note, there is a paragraph that talked about the cost that the Judicial Council projected. That paragraph is no longer necessary because of the amendment that went on the bill. And I will stand for questions at this time.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job summarizing the bill. I will say this. When we first heard this bill, I thought fantastic. We heard it last year. I didn't agree with it. This year, we've got a compromise. This is how it works. It's great. I thought about it more, and as we were working the bill and voting it out of committee, I sort of mumbled a yes, and I thought about it some more, even on my drive up here today. And I'm like, I think that this is bad policy, and I can't support the bill. And I'm going to tell my caucus, do whatever you want to. I can't support this bill. And I kept thinking through it, and I'm like, no, this is just bad policy, bad legislation. This is not something we should be supporting. Same way as last year. It is better than last year, but it's not good. What is third-party litigation funding? If you are hurt, if you have a need to have litigation and you have to go in a David and Goliath situation and fight against somebody, I mean, there's multiple ways that you can go about doing it as you hire an attorney. You can get something on contingency, or you could pay by the hour, but either way, there's a finite amount of fight that you have in you. And you can get funding to help you through that process. Now, if the other side finds out about that funding, it's a game changer. And you don't want that to happen. The number one thing they want to know is how much fight do you have in you? How long are you going to last? And this gives them the key to that. Now, it does solve some problems from last year, but it gives them the key to what the lawsuit is all about, and I cannot support that. Also, I want to point out something else that I seriously just noticed a couple minutes ago. It's that on general orders, on the website, on our bill packets, it says limiting discovery and disclosure of third-party litigation funding. It also says that here on the bill title as it goes through an act concerning the code of civil, blah, 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 limiting funding agreements. That is the exact opposite of what this does. It does not limit the funding agreements. It does not limit discovery and disclosure of third-party litigation. I suppose you could make an argument that maybe it limits it from what it did last year, the bill that didn't pass, the bill that's not in law, but this doesn't limit anything, this expands. This is bad legislation. This is bad policy. This creates inequitability in the law, and that's not what we should be about. Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Hello, friends. I know you're pleased to see me here again today. I want to let you know that we had a golden opportunity about 4 o'clock this afternoon that would have kept me in my seat. And that was that if we'd been out of here by about 4 o'clock, I could be sitting at home in time to watch the KU Jayhawks tonight. But that opportunity has passed us by. And accordingly, there's no impediment to me spending some substantial time explaining to you what this bill does and why. Because my guess is most of you probably haven't figured that out as of yet. But in the interest of getting those of you who live closer the opportunity to watch our Kansas Jayhawks tonight, if you want to know what the bill is about, give me a call. I hopefully will be on my way home and I'll tell you about it. I do want to explain one thing though to you. Actually, when this bill arrived in our committee, it had passed the Senate. There had been negotiations that were ongoing, frankly, between the trial lawyers, the Chamber of Commerce, and a particular proponent of this legislation whose lawyers and folks had been heavily involved in it. And by the time it got to us, the Chamber offered testimony that contained the bones, if you will, of an amendment that people could probably live with. But I want you to know that once again, the distinguished barrister from Garden City was of assistance. He helped point out some conflicting language internally within the bill, and he also worked to, I believe, broaden a little bit some of the protections for employees as well as owners of businesses. And so I really believe that the representatives' work made this a better bill. And as far as I know, everyone involved appreciated the representatives' work. I merely heckled from the sidelines. But this is unnecessary legislation in my judgment. It does some bad things, as the ranking member described, but there are times in the interest of trying to prevent something even worse that people come to the table and reach agreements. So to my friends who worked with me in negotiating some of these agreements or who observed me heckling from the sidelines, either one, I want you to know that I appreciate your good faith efforts in negotiations. I think we have a better bill now. I think the bill is probably going to pass with a substantial margin. If I didn't think it was going to pass with a substantial margin, I would vote for it. But given the fact that I think it's well on its way to becoming law, and with no offense to my friends who worked in good faith, I'll be voting no because I do have principled and longstanding objections to the discovery of what I believe are private contracts between two parties, sometimes businesses, always finance companies, and I really think that the existing law is the best way to deal with some of this. I hope I haven't got my bills too confused. Did I get my bills confused? Okay, I'm on the right bill still. So take no offense to some of the friends we work together that I'll probably be voting no, but I certainly would not fault anyone who votes yes, given the progress that was made. Thank you for hearing me out.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to mention, when we mention third-party litigation funding, it probably sounds very familiar to a lot of you because we actually have had a similar bill in other years, and there were proponents and opponents. This year, everybody came together, and there actually, by the end, there were no opponents of this bill when we passed it out of the Judiciary Committee. There was an issue. The Judicial Council had been in the bill and they didn't want to be, and everyone agreed, okay, we'll take them out. We won't do that reporting anymore. And that made them happy. And then the other sides that maybe they talked to you, I don't know if they did or not, but in the end, everybody was satisfied with the bill that we came up with. It's very narrow. It's about openness and clarification and, shining a light on everything that's going on. And it is a good bill, and I just would ask you to vote for it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael for a second time.
I apologize for coming up a second time. I was confusing or confounding two bills. It's late in the day, and I was thinking about the Jayhawks. My good words about my friend from Finney County were really intended about SB 241. But he's still a good man to work with, and I appreciate his contributions to our committee.
There's no further discussion. Representative Goddard, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say that I really like to congratulate the parties for coming together and coming to a harmonious outcome so that we can get this bill presented and hopefully passed. If you're interested, there are certain facts that are required to be disclosed by the bill. I'm not going to read through those, but they're in the supplemental supplemental for the bill. And also there are limitations on the discovery as well, and that's also in the supplemental. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 54 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Goddard to report Senate Bill 54 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next up is Senate Bill 186. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 186, the chair recognizes Representative Laura Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 186 deals with crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. It amends KSA 22-2302 concerning criminal procedure related to affidavits or sworn testimony supporting probable cause. This bill mandates that such information be made available to law enforcement agencies before executing a warrant or summons, and it outlines the process for making these affidavits or sworn testimony accessible to the defendant, their counsel, and public after the warrant or their summons has been executed. This bill also specifies conditions under which magistrates may redact or seal the information to protect the safety and privacy of individuals involved. This bill also addresses the conditions for release prior to trial for individuals charged with crimes. It mandates a prior conviction for certain sex offenses be considered when setting bond amounts and conditions of release. This bill amends KSA 22-2802 and 2803, detailing the procedures and conditions for release, including the execution of appearance bond, supervision requirements, and conditions for public safety. It also specifies that for certain sex offenses, serious sex offenses, prior convictions must be taken into account by the magistrate. This bill also addresses the use of prior convictions in criminal history scoring for sentencing purposes. Specifically, it stipulates that the prior convictions under statutes later deemed unconstitutional by an appellate court cannot be used for criminal history scoring unless the appellate court's determination of unconstitutionality is subsequently overruled or reversed. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing it, but I want to go into a little bit more detail. So it's Senate Bill 186, and it actually bundles 3 different bills together. And this is the problem with bundling, is that the more things you tack on, the more you find there might be 1 bill or 2 bills that you go, I can't support, and it outweighs everything. And it puts you in a conundrum of, do I do good legislation along with bad legislation? So I want to take this one by one. We've got the original Senate Bill 186. It requires probable cause affidavits to be made to law enforcement agencies prior to the execution of a warrant or summons. Good legislation, passed by the Senate 40-0, have no problem with it. If we'd left it at that, we could have sailed right through it today. Then we have HB 2389. So it does 2 different things. One is if the defendant is charged with rape, criminal sodomy, a whole list of things, the magistrate will take that into consideration of the prior convictions of such offenses, along with comparable out-of-state convictions. This, as I said to my caucus, came to us from an incident that took place in Johnson County. It was horrific. We want to try to deal with something, and I commend the carrier of the bill for bringing forth legislation that would help to address it. I don't know that this necessarily would have helped retroactively, but I commend that something is trying to be done. There was another part of this that was a $750,000 bond that would be as a requirement for these issues where the magistrate finds that a prior conviction of any crime that constitutes a sexually violent crime, so a $750,000 bond. Typically, we allow the judges to have judicial discretion. They set the bonds how they want to, based upon the evidence presented to them, based upon whether there's a flight risk, based upon the history of the defendant, and that does include any prior convictions. They help to set the bond. It is very, very rare that we do so. Not completely unprecedented, but rare. Even so, had we just added 2389 and bundled it with 186, again, would have been fine, even with my contentions with the underlying bill. But we get to 2401. 2401, effectively, I can describe what it does, but effectively what happened is we had a Supreme Court case from about approximately 6 years ago that came to a determination. And that determination wasn't addressed legislatively and wasn't addressed through the DA's office for the last 6 years until a Supreme Court case from 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, the Supreme Court decided in a matter that the DAs didn't like based upon that previous decision. And then they came to us with a last-minute bill and a last-minute fix to try to amend the ruling that they didn't like based upon what was established law and established precedents, trying to head off what might be another Supreme Court decision, who knows, 3 weeks from now, 6 weeks from now. The point of the matter is that whenever they decide it this year, it's going to be too late for us to have made this decision. Even if it goes into law this year, it's too late when the Supreme Court makes their determination. We're trying to put our finger on the scales of justice to influence a future court case. And as I said, it's going to be too late by the time this goes into law to even influence that future court case. I asked the question in committee, why can't we just wait till next year when we figure out what's going on and is this good legislation? I don't think that there's any harm to holding this over and waiting till next year till we actually have a determination. Now, again, the role of the legislature is, in certain circumstances, to put their finger on the scales of justice and say, this is our legislative intent, this is the way that we want it to rule, this is how we want you to help to dictate rulings in the future. When we pass those laws, that becomes part of what justices take into consideration. But the fact of the matter is, this is a knee-jerk reaction. We are reacting to something that we probably should have done 6 years ago and rushing through the process for something that happened 3 weeks ago. We're creating bad legislation that will create bad rulings in the future. We should take our time with HB 2401, make sure we're getting it right, and look at it next year. And because it is bundled in with 2 good bills that I would support, I have to overrule and say I cannot support this whole bundled piece of legislation, and I would urge a no vote on this Senate Bill 186. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you. And while I do respect the words of my ranking member, I would urge a yes on this just due to the horrific nature of the crime that took place in Johnson County. I just would like the body to be sensitive to this matter. I do, of course, think that we should take our time with legislation, but, you know, we haven't been taking our time with things that are bad. So this is good. This will help people. Please vote yes.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Williams, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments from the previous speaker. This is a good bill, and it contains impactful legislation for public safety in our communities and keeping Kansans safe. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 186 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Williams to report Senate Bill 186 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next up is Senate Bill 241. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 241, the chair recognizes Representative Lewis.
Good early evening. So this is Senate Bill 241, which the good barrister and representative from Wichita started to talk about earlier, and we'll complete that conversation.
Representative, you move adoption of the committee report?
Yes, I would. Yes, there were amendments, and I asked that the report be adopted.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill concerns what are known as restrictive covenants, and many of you in this room, because you've been employees or perhaps owners of businesses, are somewhat familiar with them. These are agreements, promises, covenants that are entered into between, let's say, an employee and the owner of the business, that if and when that employee leaves the employment, that they will not solicit either customers or poach other employees from that place of employment. These have been around for years, decades, centuries, and they've been dealt with typically on what we in this in the common law countries known as the common law, with just courts making decisions and then looking at precedents. And the reason that's worked relatively well in this arena is because each case is really different and turns so much on the particulars of that case. And so traditionally, legislators have sort of stayed out of it and let the courts make determination whether any particular restrictive covenant is so onerous and it's not that it constitutes what we call a restraint on trade. But this legislation came to us from the Chamber of Commerce and from other interested parties, businesses, and their concern was that the law is too iffy, too unclear, and they wanted to bring some degree of certitude to the law so that they would have a better idea of whether any particular restrictive covenant that they drafted and agreed upon would be upheld. A fair point. And so that's the bill that we received from the Senate. And the bill dealt with 4 different circumstances, all related. One would be where an owner of a business leaves the business and wants to solicit customers. The other would be where an employee of a business wants to leave and solicits customers. The other would be where an owner leaves and wants to poach or bring along another employee, or where the owner wants to bring along, the employee leaves and wants to solicit customers. All of those are restrictive covenants, and they're dealt with in this law. The problem that I think the committee saw when we saw the bill was it really restricted the judges too much. It looked at certain factors with respect to these restrictive covenants, but it said basically if these factors exist, then the court must, as a conclusive presumption, determine that it's not a unreasonable restriction on trade and approve it. As I said, we were concerned that was restricting the judge's discretion way too much, and so working with the parties, we made some amendments to the bill, which essentially gave the employee or the owner who has left some more defenses that they could raise, so as not to be unduly prejudiced, if you would, by this legislation. And that is the gist of the bill and the amendments that we worked in committee. And I believe that with that, I can support the bill, and therefore I'll stand for questions.
Is there any discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing it. We've had a lot of good discussion in committee. I think that the amendment helps to clarify and actually helps to improve the bill. So I commend the parties actually getting together, hashing through that and working it out. I'm in support of the bill. Thank you very much.
There's no further discussion. Representative Lewis, you may close.
Yes, I think the ranking for pointing out that it wasn't just the committee that worked on this. We did have the parties involved all come together, and I think we have all agreed that this is a good bill and should be passed. So I move that when the body rises, it report out SB 241 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Lewis to report Senate Bill 241 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next up is Senate Bill 204. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 204, the chair recognizes Representative Esau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd love to take a while to explain this one to you, just to entertain a few folks, but it shouldn't take long. Senate Bill 204.
Representative Esau, could you move the adoption of the committee report, please?
Thank you. Thank you. I knew I missed something. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you. Senate Bill 204 would require sealing of certain records in regards to case information, warrants, and subpoenas in certain criminal and juvenile cases. Seal in this instance means information related to a case, warrant, or subpoena, including the existence of such case, warrant, or subpoena, shall not be made public, but would allow for disclosure of warrant information, subpoenas, and other case information to law enforcement for the purposes of executing a warrant or serving a subpoena. The House Judiciary Committee amended the bill to include that returns of service for subpoenas shall not be made available for the public because similar private information is in there as is in the other items mentioned. This bill has been made necessary to address issues created when the judicial branch transitioned to a new records management system that's now in use statewide. The Senate passed the bill 40-0, and I stand ready to answer any questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a great job explaining it. The amendment itself, I wasn't absolutely sure because we didn't have testimony on it, but I think that that the amendment itself, which includes subpoenas in return for service for subpoenas, shall not be made available to the public, helped to bring the neutrals. There were no opponents to the bill, but I believe it helped to bring the neutrals back on board as proponents. I don't want to put those words out, but I'm fairly certain that that's the case. Regardless, I mean, this is a good bill. This is good legislation. I would urge your support for it. Thank you very much.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Esau, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe he's correct as I'm glancing at the testimony here that they wanted to make sure there weren't any loopholes because of the folks that are being protected by this. I will also say that in the interest of justice needing to be served, there are, the court does have the ability to unseal things, but that would only be in the case where it was needed so that justice could be served, as I said. And Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports SB 204 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Esau to report Senate Bill 204 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Now for the moment you've been waiting for, the last bill of the day perhaps, Senate Bill 117. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 117, the chair recognizes Representative Turner. And is there a committee report?
There were no committee amendments.
Please continue.
SB 117 came to the House Tax Committee from the Senate Commerce Committee. It requests a clarification and expansion of a 1991 property tax exemption. So, short story, south of Wichita on Highway 77, about halfway between Ark City and Winfield is Strother Field Airport, or Airfield and Industrial Park. It's basically a World War II airfield that was given a tax exemption in 1991. So this small airstrip and several buildings in the adjacent industrial park, and some of those businesses are a GE engine overhaul facility, aerospace, plastics, and elevators, but they employ 1,700 people with a payroll of nearly $200 million. So Strother is fairly critical to the economy in the region. The field operates without burdening the taxpayers of Arc City or Winfield. The rents paid by the companies that occupy the industrial park cover the cost of operations. So again, in 1991, the legislature granted an exemption from property tax on all land and buildings within the airport and industrial park. However, county appraisers have raised questions recently about whether Strother Field is still entitled to those exemptions. So Arc City and Winfield have had to argue 5 cases before the Board of Tax Appeals, and they've won 4 of the 5, but this appealing and these constant litigations are very costly to those areas. They've spent about $500,000. So again, what they're asking and what this bill is about is clarifying the original intent of the 1991 exemption as being for all land and buildings within the airport and industrial park. The fiscal note on the bill is about $50,000 a year. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was little challenges or questions about this from the calendar. I don't want to steal anything from the ranking on this. But again, as it was brought out, this is a municipal airport that belongs to both cities. They are running it. It's just like any other airport. It belongs to city property. They keep running into problems with assessors, taking them to BOTA, costs a lot of money. And so I really appreciate that we would move this bill so that we can get this passed, so it'll settle this question forever. Thank you.
Now, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're all tired. I just rise in support of the bill.
There's no further discussion. There's no further discussion. Representative Turner, you may close.
All right, well, thank you. Some advantages to going last here. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports that it report SB 117 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Turner to report Senate Bill 117 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. That concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
52 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we rise and report.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that SB 137, 117 be passed, SB 227, 35, 20, HB 2318, 2131, 2294, SB 237, 44, 54, 186, 241, 204 be passed as amended. SB 197 be passed over and retained a place on the calendar. SB 51 be referred back to the Committee on Taxation.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Peeler to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that emergency be declared and HCR 6016, SCR 1602, HCR 5013, HB 2336, HB 2377, HB 227, SB 35, HB 2318, HB 2131, HB 2294, SB 237, SB 137, SB 44, substitute for SB 54, SB 186, SB 241, SB 204, and SB 117 be advanced to that order of business. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. We will stand by for just a few minutes. If you have to use the restroom, I would encourage you to do it now. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions, the clerk will read.
HR 6016, a resolution denouncing the planned Satanic worship ritual, the so-called Black Mass, on the grounds of the Kansas State Capitol scheduled to take place on March 28, 2025, by Representative Rajas, Anderson, and others.
This constitutes final action on HR 6016. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Members will be in their seats. Seeing 10 hands, call is in order. Dorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Lex, Bohai, Carlin, Ellis, Getz, Haskins, Potter Parshall, Hoskin, Rajas, Riley, Roth, El Reese, Simmons, A. Smith, Wagner, Wolf.
Representative Rogers votes aye. Representative Wagner votes aye. Representative Carlin votes aye. Representative Martinez votes aye. Representative Simmons votes no. Representative Woodard votes aye. Representative Wolf votes aye. Representative Amix votes aye. Representative Ballard votes aye. Representative Curtis votes aye. Representative O'Habasam votes aye. Representative Melton votes aye. Representative Adam Smith votes aye. Representative Featherston votes aye. Representative Getz votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, call is raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully support our constitutional First Amendment rights. I affirm the right of any group, religious or otherwise, to express their views. That said, I do not condone one group mocking the fundamental beliefs and rituals of another for mockery's sake. It is distasteful, hurtful, and demeaning. I will always stand in solidarity with those who are mocked and demeaned, whether they belong to a large or small group. Thus, I vote yes on H.R. 6016. Nikki McDonald and Suzanne Michael.
Are there any further explanation of votes? Representative Sawyer.
I strongly support the right of this group or anyone else to protest and exercise their First Amendment rights. This resolution in no way denies their right to do so. But this doesn't mean that I agree or like what they are saying or doing. No group should mock the sacred beliefs and practices of another. While they have the First Amendment right to do so, I stand in solidarity with Roman Catholics, as I will stand with the adherents of any other religious or other group similarly mocked. Representative Sawyer, Schlangensieben, Haskins.
Representative Mosier.
Mr. Speaker, we vote yes on H.R. 6016. We stand in total support of God, Catholics, all Christians, and others of the same will against this sacrilegious and blasphemous event. Satanists specifically state that this event is meant to mock the holy sacrifice of the Mass, the highest form of Catholic worship. Desecrating a consecrated host, which Catholics believe is the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Jesus. No Christian faith is respected or protected by this heinous act. We respectfully submit our support for this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Representatives Barrett, Milborn, Goddard, Droege, Seiwert, Helwig, Essex, Berquist, Blex, Wolf, Mosier, McNorton, Turner, Schmoy,
It's okay to
Carpenter,
say and others.
and others. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Howell.
With freedom comes great responsibility. Unfortunately, some people take license with their freedoms and try and hide behind the First Amendment to justify their illegal and immoral acts. Theft, vandalism, and the destruction of property is not speech. The Word of God tells us that we should fear, love, and trust in God above all things. Additionally, we should fear and love God so that we do not curse, swear, use satanic arts, lie, or deceive by His name, but call upon it in every trouble, pray, praise, and give thanks. I vote yea on H.R. 6016. Representative Howe.
Representative Berquist.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise in support of House Resolution 6016. Above all, I vote yes out of love and reverence for my Lord and Savior, the Creator God of the universe, and for all the only Son of God who gave it all by shedding His lifeblood for the sin of His creation. Having no sin Himself, He offered His mercy and grace to all who receive Him for the remission of sin. Jesus said of Himself, for God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in Him would not perish, but have everlasting life. Really, whosoever. He's risen. Please vote yes on HB 6016. Representative Emil Berquist, District 91.
Representative, your time has expired. Are there any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 101 having voted in favor and 15 against the passage of H.R. 6016, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
SCR 1602, a concurrent resolution encouraging Governor Kelly to fully cooperate with the policies of the Trump administration in enforcing federal immigration laws by Committee on Federal and State Affairs.
This constitutes final action on SCR 1602. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 82 having voted in favor and 35 against the passage of SCR 1602, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HCR 5013 by Sutton, Neighbor, and others, a concurrent resolution urging Congress to give state insurance regulators authority over Medicare Advantage plans.
This constitutes final action on HCR 5013. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Dorman will secure the doors. The clerk will read the roll.
Blacks, Bohai, Ellis, Haskins, Potter, Parshall, Poskin, Roth, El Ruiz.
Representative Bohai votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, call is raised. Representative Weichel votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 116 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of HCR 5013, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2336 by Committee on Taxation, an act concerning taxation.
This constitutes final action on HB 2336. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Berquist votes aye. Representative Susan Ruiz votes no. Representative Wahhabism votes no. Representative Mosley votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 109 having voted in favor and 9 against the passage of House Bill 2336, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
HB 2377 by Committee on Taxation, an act concerning sales and compensating use tax.
This constitutes final action on HB 2377. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 118 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2377, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
SB 227 by Committee on Commerce, an act concerning economic development.
This constitutes final action on SB 227. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Wilborn votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Meyer votes aye. Representative Seiwert votes no. Representative Schwertfeger votes no. Representative Hubert votes no. Any further changes? Representative Miller votes aye. Seeing no further changes, with 102 having voted in favor and 16 against the passage of Senate Bill 227, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
SB 35 by Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning property taxation.
This constitutes final action on SB 35. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Ballard votes aye. Representative Awerkamp votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Riley votes no. Representative Mosley votes no. Never mind. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 109 having voted in favor and 9 against the passage of SB 35, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
HB 2318 by Committee on Taxation, an act concerning taxation.
This constitutes final action on HB 2318. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Carlin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on House Bill 2318. One of the hardest things I ever had to do was be a participant in cutting our budget between the years of 2013 and 2016, 2017. Because of going to the lowest rate on corporate income tax, we had to use 10 of funds to shore up the state general fund budget. We cut universities, we cut state employees, we gave no pay raises, we decimated the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Commerce, we cut funds to water. We delayed payments to capers, we increased other taxes such as cigarette and sales taxes, and transferred $1 million a day from our highway funds. We borrowed money from the Pooled Investment Board every year, like $925 million. I mean,
Representative, your time has expired. Are there any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 84 having voted in favor and 34 against the passage of HB 2318, the same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2131 by Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure.
This constitutes final action on HB 2131. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Riley votes aye. Representative Collins votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 108 having voted in favor and 10 against the passage of House Bill 2131, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
Sub HB 2294 by Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning child care.
This constitutes final action on HB 2294. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 103 having voted in favor and 15 against the passage of House Bill 2294, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
SB 237 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning family law.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 237. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Wolf votes aye. Representative Sawyer Clayton votes aye. Representative Christy Williams votes aye. Representative Bryce votes aye. Representative Van Houten votes aye. Representative Barth votes aye. Representative Pishney votes aye. Representative Lewis votes aye. Representative Helgerson votes aye. Representative Ballard votes aye. Representative Curtis votes aye. Representative Proctor votes aye. Representative Bloom votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 118 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 237, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 137 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning the Kansas Standard Asset Seizure and Forfeiture Act.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 137. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 90 having voted in favor and 28 against the passage of Senate Bill 137, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 44 by Committee on Education, an act concerning education.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 44. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change? Nope, for an explanation. Representative Helgerson.
We have several crucial decisions to make in the future. And I believe that our education dollars should be spent toward not-for-profit, not for the profit-making system that is out there. This will be the first of many questions you'll have a chance to deal with. And I urge you to vote no and keep it in the schools that are presently in place.
Are there any further explanations? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Roser votes no. Any further changes? With 77 having voted in favor and 41 against the passage of Senate Bill 44, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
Sub SB 54 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the Code of Civil Procedure.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 54. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Howell votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 87 having voted in favor and 31 against the passage of Senate Bill 54, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
SB 186 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning criminal procedure.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 186. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 100 having voted in favor and 18 against the passage of Senate Bill 186, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
SB 241 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning restraint of trade.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 241. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change for an for a vote change? The Speaker, Representative Susan Ruiz votes no. Representative Simmons votes no. Any further changes? Representative Featherston votes no. Representative Carlin votes no. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 101 having voted in favor and 17 against the passage of Senate Bill 241, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Apologies for that, body. My list was outdated and I had to refresh the screen. The clerk will read.
SB 204 by Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning court records.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 204. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 118 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 204, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
SB 117 by Committee on Commerce, an act concerning aviation.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 117. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 111 voting in favor and 7 against the passage of Senate Bill 117, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Representative Delperdang for a motion to concur on House Bill 2110.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a pretty simple one. This was the 911 bill that we heard on February 18th in the House here. It passed unanimously, 119 to 0. The Senate heard it on March 19th, passed the Senate unanimously, 40 to 0. But there was one minor change in it, and it was simply when it would appear in the statute book. It changed from publication statute book to the Kansas Register. No other changes at all. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill
2110. Stand for questions.
Is there discussion? The speaker recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of the motion to concur on HB 2110. Quite frankly, the Senate made an unnecessary change. I think they would have liked us to send it back to them for all kinds of skullduggery. But let's don't give them the opportunity. Everybody voted for it before. Let's vote for it again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2110. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Roll is still open, Representative. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2110, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The speaker recognizes Representative Francis for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2031.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2031 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there a discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The speaker appoints Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on part of the House. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2122 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The speaker appoints Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on part of the House. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2169 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The speaker appoints Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees and part of the House.
Oh.
2 seconds. Proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2263 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The speaker appoints Representative Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees and part of the House. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2289 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the speaker appoints Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees and part of the House. The speaker recognizes Representative Delperdang for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2040.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2040. 2040 was to change the dates for the KCC from 120 days to 180 days for making decisions on certain projects. Pretty simple bill, but Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 2040 and a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Speaker appoints Representatives Delperdang, Wilburn, and Ohabisam as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2134.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2131 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Did you mean House Bill 2134?
I sure did. Thank you.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. The Speaker appoints Representatives Humphreys, Laura Williams, and Osmond as conferees on part of the House. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2183 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representatives Humphreys, Laura Williams, and Osmond as conferees on part of the House. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2242 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
Close.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representatives Humphreys, Laura Williams, and Osmond as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Blex for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2116. Lay that. The Speaker recognizes Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur with Senate amendments for House Bill 2116 and then a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representatives Berquist, Blex, and Featherston as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Berquist for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2088.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2088 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Berquist, Blex, and Featherston as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Sutton for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2050.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to HB 2050 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion?
Or committed. I don't know.
Seeing no discussion, you may close.
I do close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to HB 2087 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
Do close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House. The Speaker recognizes Representative Lewis for a motion to non-concur on HB 2312.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2312 and that a conference committee be both committed and appointed.
Is there a discussion? Seeing none, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Lewis, Resman, and Schlingensiepen as conferees on part of the House. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2404 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Your Committee on Calendar and Printing recommends on requests for resolutions and certificates that request by Representatives O'Hobson, Johnson, Bourgeon, Ballard, Orpeza, King, Wassinger, Cywert, Fairchild, Bloom be approved, and the Chief Clerk of the House be directed to order the printing of said certificates and order drafting of said resolutions.
The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft to adopt the calendar and printing report.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the calendar and printing report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Financial Institutions and Pensions, we will be conferencing with our counterparts in the Senate, 9 a.m. Monday morning, 582 North, over SB 139. We're going to try to set the record for the fastest conference committee, so let's do it.
Representative Lewis.
The Special Investigative Committee will be meeting on Tuesday, March 25th in room number 142S at noon, and on Thursday, March 27th, also in room 142S at noon.
Representative Will Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. House Health and Human Services and Senate Public Health will conference 8:30 Monday morning, 142 South on all House bills in conference.
Representative Hill.
Legislators, if you have nothing going on Saturday evening, the Heritage Railroad in Abilene has a special train for legislators, German food, and ride the Kansas Historic Rail. Contact me.
Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some mentioned that they'd like to sign on to my comments on HR 6016, and I have a piece of paper on my desk. You'd be welcome to do it. Thank you.
Representative Delperdang.
House members of the Joint State Building Construction Committee, we are going to be meeting on Monday at 11:30 a.m. in 582 North.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Transportation and Senate Transportation will conference on House Bill 2029 and other and all other bills in conference Monday, March 24th at 10 a.m. in room 582 North. Thank you.
Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. On next Wednesday, I will be bringing a resolution recognizing March 29th as Vietnam Veterans Day and honoring the Vietnam War veterans and their service and sacrifice. That day will be the 29th of March. I also will have a sign-up sheet for any that want to sign up as sponsors. I'll have it on my desk for a while today, but I do have to turn this in by noon on Tuesday. Thank you.
The Speaker recognizes the three amigos.
Don't be bashful. Come on down.
Got to gavel you for the hat, Representative.
$2. $2. You can hear me better. I wanted to first of all tell you there was a little change. I hope you enjoyed the apples. That'll be the last set of apples. We have decided as a group that from now on, the fees that we collect will go to Special Olympics. We thought that was an appropriate way of the money. Nice hat. Thank you. We also thought that since many of you have multiple fines, that you should be generous in giving the money for those infractions to Special Olympics, which is next Wednesday. My two colleagues here have a few infractions they would like to say, and individuals involved will get a summons in the future.
No props at the well, Representative.
$2 more. He's wrong. Okay, $2. All right, my colleagues would like to make a few announcements. Whoever's first.
Go ahead. I'll go first here. I'm going to start off with Representative Carmichael. He's fined, of course, for giving an explanation on the wrong bill. However, he made up for it with his integrity. He gave me a $10 bill to cover the cost of his bogus check he wrote for me last week. And of course, Barb Washington, we don't know what she has done. She's constantly in motion during final action and general orders, so she gave me $5. And of course, Representative Carpenter getting all of us confused in his presentation, that's worth $10. And lastly, but not least, Representative Helgerson came in the body with a mask around his neck.
I always defer to my elders, so that's why I'm last here. Representative King and Representative Essex for not being in their seats during final action, $2 apiece. Representative Roth for the most rambunctious sports announcer behavior while chairing the committee of the whole. Representative Carmichael for rambling comments at the well while waiting for an amendment and shouting out a "Hi, Mom." Representative Carlin for being absent during roll call vote on HB 2349, causing a call of the House. She was out getting her lunch while the rest of us sat here waiting and we're all hungry. Judiciary Chair Humphreys and Representative Carmichael for not sharing a bipartisan hug or at least a high five following multiple instances of vigorous debate during committee actions. Let's see, I think I got one or two more here. Representative Carpenter for confusion at the well, thus providing entertainment for the entire body. Representative Berquist for disrupting the Republican calendar with beautiful music emanating from his personal communications device. And I have to admit, I used a term at the well the last time I was up here that began with an M. And I think some people got confused with what I was trying to say. Any farmer or rancher knows what a muck boot is. However, there is a member of the House that took offense to the term muck. So I am going to fine myself 10 times $2.
I wanted to thank you very much for your generosity, but there's a lot more to do. A lot of you haven't paid, and believe me, we can be very, very punitive. There is one conspiracy, conflict, cabal, whatever you want to call. I have noticed and brought to the attention of Republican leadership that they do not like to wear badges. And for all of you little leaders that want to be big leaders, you also start not wearing badges. And I can name a few of you right now. But Representative Croft took the, beat everybody on this one.
No names of well.
Okay. He didn't have a badge on. And I said, $2. And he goes and whines to the speaker. Whining is something, a whole new category. Well, then I noticed that the speaker didn't have a badge. And he blurted out, which I don't think he wanted to, was, I haven't had a badge on in 7 years. 7 years times 2 times 90. With interest. I think we're going to do this. Propose this one. I'll match your $500 fine. How's that? Of course, all for the other Republican leadership that don't like badges, so you could also join in. Anyway.
We don't need no stinking badges.
Thank you, Representative. But I also noted that the speaker is wearing a coat that has no adornment on it with a house pin. $2. Well, you shouldn't talk. You're the only one that made their own badge up. And I have a photo of it. And that's in itself. That'll be next week's. Thank you very much for your patience, your generosity. Special Olympics appreciates it. And we'll see you next week. And we'll leave these on your desk. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to adjourn.
Just making sure my badge is not. Hey, so just real quick, if you don't mind, just for a real quick serious note. Many of you guys know our fellow representative from last year who was Mike Hauser, who has been going through and fighting some battles. Some of you have seen this online. I was meant to bring it up yesterday, but I wanted to read his Facebook post. I rang out of that bell this morning. There was a word in there. I just didn't want to get in trouble. In celebration for my last radiation treatment on my main tumor. I still have a couple of spots in my lungs, but we will take care of them in the next couple of weeks. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and thank you all for your prayers. Thank you guys, everybody, for keeping him in your prayers. He's got a little bit of more fight he has to go through, so keep him in your prayers, and let's get him across that line. Again, I want to thank everyone for the OA lunch and the support. 119 people. What a great time. And I've heard so many people when we're on the elevator or walking down the stairs, people talking about the event. So thanks for making that happen. Let's go over the schedule real quick. Tomorrow, pro forma, Monday through Friday next week. So it's a little bit of a change of the schedule. Monday through Friday, we will be on the floor plan on 10, 2, and 4. Okay, so Monday at 10, we'll come in here. We'll typically calendar afterwards. Once we figure out what we need to do, we'll go do that and come back in. We may make some adjustments as we move along, and then we'll come back and vote. Committees, conference committees will begin, as you heard many of the announcements, will begin right away Monday morning, 8 a.m. Some may meet even earlier than that, but Monday morning, they're going to start. They'll be going through things. If we have stuff to vote on right away on Monday, we will calendar, and I'll be in communication as much as we have. And we'll just keep doing this. We want to be as efficient as possible. I just ask that you guys be flexible. Understand that this is an interesting week, and this is when I get to sit back and watch the speaker go. With that, everybody be safe. I tried to make sure we were making, I'm a little bit late, but but he's not. He took off, I guess. So I didn't say his name, but we could, yeah, I like y'all's idea. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Friday, March 21st at 9:30 a.m. Pro forma.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned.